special council meeting, Wednesday the 21st of June 2023, our annual special meeting to consider council's annual budget. And I'd like to call the meeting now officially open at 9 a.m. Welcome councillors, staff and those joining us in the gallery as well as via live stream. Councillors, do we have any apologies or leave of absence? No, we've got everyone here today. So I'd now like to welcome Councillor Duff to provide the opening prayers and also acknowledgement of our traditional owners. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Otto. I'd like to just offer a prayer for Luke, the missing son of Sue. That they've been searching for him. He's a 29-year-old out around the Proston area. Just wanted to offer our prayers at this council meeting to Luke, to his mum and to the family. Hopefully we'll find him safe and well. I'd also like to pray for this meeting. This is a very important budget meeting. Hopefully we offer up our prayers that we make good decisions and that that the ratepayers know that we are thinking of them when we make these decisions, and that the Lord will bless our meeting and our gathering and just bless us all and help us to remain safe and that our region prospers. And I thought that we might together say the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. I'd also like to acknowledge country and the land where we meet this morning, the Waka Waka land, and acknowledge the elders both past, present and emerging. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. Okay, item 5.
Mr Mayor, just before we start, I just want to take a couple of minutes, and I didn't have time to acknowledge or give it to you. I just want to acknowledge one of our residents in the South Burnett, Mrs Barbara Soden, nee Williams. She turns 100 on the 24th, this Saturday, and her family, their family was responsible for settling around Stonehouse at Moore and all those sort of people. So I just want to pass on, she's received the letter from the King and the Premier and everybody else, so I think it's just apt that we acknowledge one of our residents turning 100, Barbara Soden, on the 24th this Saturday. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Jones. Okay, item 5, we'll go on to declarations as to conflicts of interest. Councillors, anything in today's agenda? No, we'll proceed. Feel free to raise an issue if it comes to your notice as we progress. Okay, item 6, confirmation of the previous minutes of the budget committee meeting held on the 17th of May 2023. They can be found at page 6, where the recommendation is that the minutes of the Budget Committee meeting held on the 17th of May 2023 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, thank you. Seconder? Councillor Henshin, thank you. Any speakers? To the vote, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Moving on then, Council, to item 7.1, and I'd now like to deliver the Mayor's annual budget address. Right, well, to the members of our community, fellow councillors and staff, thank you for the opportunity as your Mayor to deliver the opening address on what is the final budget of this term of council. As with the previous 3 budgets, this council has invested significant time into working through the various elements of the operational and capital budgets to reach this point today, the day each year when your council seeks to deliver your community's annual budget. Each and every one of the budgets delivered this term have been constructed under unique circumstances and challenges. Our first budget of 2020 was put together in the midst of the COVID outbreak. And now this year we see inflation and cost of living pressures not experienced for some decades. These external forces have a direct impact on council, but importantly have a significant impact on the day-to-day lives of the residents of our communities. Communities that are recognised by the ABS as some of the most socially and economically disadvantaged in the country. This year, it appears likely that we will deliver another operational deficit, being the 5th consecutive deficit since the year ended 30 June 2020. And of course, there are many factors that contribute to this. It is not for the lack of desire or hard work on behalf of this council to endeavour to address that deficit, but there are many external forces which contribute to these challenging financial times that we have lived in over the last 4 to 5 years. While I acknowledge that, due to the availability of external funding, the impact of such to date has, however, had minimal impact on council's asset sustainability and reasonably strong cash balance. I would, however, like to take this opportunity to point out that this may not be able to continue into the future. In an economic environment where we can expect potentially capital grants from government to progressively decrease, council will ultimately need to return the budget to surplus at some point in time if its capacity to maintain critical assets and community programs is to be sustained. To do so will require the pursuit of operational efficiencies. Just as we see in companies across Australia, councils must become smarter, more productive and more efficient in the ways in which community funds are managed. The Local Government Act sets down a key principle that the decisions of council should at all times be made through transparent and effective processes in the public interest. It is a constant reminder that council is and should always be about serving the people whom we are elected to represent and whom our staff are employed to serve. In deliberating today's budget, I encourage my colleagues to take the necessary time to carefully consider the recommendations put forward and engage proactively in robust debate pursuant to achieving a budget outcome that serves the best interests of the good people of the wonderful region that is the South Burnett. In conclusion, I would like to take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you who has contributed to the development of this budget, most notably our dedicated finance team under the leadership of General Manager Jarvis and the management of our remarkable Finance Manager, Kerry Anderson. Mr. CEO, thank you to you and your team and our wonderful finance people for the work that you've done. On behalf of Council, please accept our sincere thanks. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I'd now like to move that my budget address be received. Do we have a mover? Council? Oh, actually, do I move that, Mr. CEO? Sorry, I'll move that. Have a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Potter. Any speakers? Shall we go to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, Council 7.2, adoption of the South Burnett Regional Council Annual Operational Plan for 23-24. It is at page 26, Page 26, where the recommendation is that the South Burnett Regional Council Annual Operational Plan for 23-24 be adopted as presented. Do we have a mover? Yes, Councillor Potter. Second, Councillor Shoemaker. Thank you both. Okay, any speakers on the operational plan? Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly in going over the operational plan, I think it speaks a lot to what you were talking about in your Mayor's address around being smarter and more efficient and doing what we can to really interrogate what we do and the services that we offer and try to do better. It's a real commitment to continuous improvement, and I'm really impressed and excited by the opportunities and the activities highlighted in the plan. So looking forward to the year ahead, and I think there are some ambitious goals in there, and I look forward to working on them with the team.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Any further speakers? Thank you, Mr CEO, to you and your team for putting together what is a very comprehensive operational plan in working with Council to develop this document, which of course will seek to operationalise the strategic priorities of our Council as we've articulated in our corporate plan. So we've got the motion there. Shall we go to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 7.3, sale yard fees and charges at page 54. And we do have a recommendation there, Council, thanks to our team from that department, where the recommendation is that Council adopt the fee of $7.50 for the 23-24 financial year for live weight sale, weighing and yard fee. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, seconder. Councillor Henson, thank you. Speakers? Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I'm pleased that we have worked with the agents to come up with a fee that is acceptable to them, and that we've worked closely with them, because as I've spoken to Deputy Mayor Jones on a number of occasions about, I know that we debate this, but that we don't offer the same services, we don't offer the same support as they do get in the Mergen sale yards. So it's not like for like, and so I'm glad that we are just taking it up by $7.50 with looking at increasing it into the future. But yes, just good that we're listening to the agents, working with them and coming up with what I think is a good outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. For the speakers, Councillor Jones.
Yes, thank you. And I'm glad that Councillor Duff actually acknowledged the fact that we'll look to increase fees at the back end and see how we go. Don't disagree, working with the agents and everything out there. As we all know, there's been some improvements out there, money that's continually being spent. The agents are working hard. I was out there at the sale last Thursday. They are working hard to increase the numbers, so that's their role. If ratepayers continually improve the facilities, I think it's only fair that we ask the agents to continue on the process that they are doing, and that's trying to increase the numbers so that the income can certainly maintain those facilities to a better standard than what they've been done in the last few decades. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further speakers? Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, I absolutely agree. I think the work that the working group has been doing, and certainly the engagement with the agents, has been really important. I know we have engaged with the agents about this proposed increase, and I do agree. I think the increase is important in funding the operations of the yard and enabling council's continued ownership of the yards. These yards are critical infrastructure for our rural producers. I know I was there on Thursday as well, and it was wonderful to speak to so many rural producers that really are using them actively, and who attend as many sales as they can just purely to connect with their community, which I think is really important. I think it's our duty to manage these responsibly, the yards responsibly. We've listened to our community. They've said they want to maintain ownership and ensure this service is sustainable. By increasing the revenue, we are increasing our capacity to reinvest in the Coolangatta sale yards and maintain ownership, and I think that's really important. So I'm fully supportive of the report and would like to thank the team for the work they've been doing out there. The yards are looking exceptional.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, through you. Yes, look, just probably going to echo my colleagues' comments around this. It has been a step forward, even though they might only be small, but to drive into that facility last week and to see full yards for one, another agent there for two, and some new development there in the yards, just itself puts a little bit of a spring in everybody's step. So there's a lot of work to do there, huge amount of work, and we've got one of our staff members up the back there that's been very diligently working alongside just the working group along with the agents and the plan there. So a big shout out to all the staff behind the scenes out there. Small steps, but there's a long way to go, but it's certainly an improvement on what it's been in the previous year. So well done to everyone involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Anything to close? Councillor Duff?
No, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 7.4, business activities for 23-24 at page 58, where the recommendation is that in relation to council business activities, in accordance with the Local Government Act 2009, Division 2, Section 43, and the Local Government Regulation 2012, Council determines that as shown in the Statement of Significant Business Activities Table 1, it has no significant business activities that meet the threshold set as per Section 19 of the Local Government Regulation 2012. Council determines that those business activities characterised as prescribed business activities and listed in the Statement of Prescribed and Other Business Activities Table 2 are those activities that meet the prescribed activity threshold of $340,000 in accordance with Section 39 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, and Council resolved not to apply the Code of Competitive Conduct to any business activity in 23-24 in accordance with the Local Government Act of 2009, Section 47(7), and the Local Government Regulation 2012. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, thank you. Seconder, Councillor Jones, thank you. Speakers? Councillor Shoemaker.
Just a question, Mr. Mayor. We are running very close to the 10,000 connections for our water service, and I read in the report that we have business activities that exceed the identified current expenditure thresholds of $340,000, and considering the fact that the current pricing models include the necessary cost elements, the issues of applying any full costing model should be deferred due to financial viability and the increased financial burden on ratepayers in difficult economic circumstances. I absolutely agree with that. But I just want to confirm, is this something that council's actually able to do, being that we're getting so close to that 10,000 connections? And are we in breach of any regulations if we are actually making this decision?
Just succinctly, Councillor, yes we can, and no we're not.
Yep, fantastic, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Further speakers? To the vote, those in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you all. 7.5, Statements of Estimated Financial Position to 30 June 2023 can be found at page 63 on the agenda, where the officer's recommendation is that pursuant to Section 205 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the statement of the financial operations and financial position of the Council in respect of the previous financial year, the statement of estimated financial position, be received and its contents noted. Those contents are provided at pages 63 and 64 of the agenda as presented. Do we have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. A seconder? Councillor Henson, thank you. Speakers? Oh, sorry, yes, Mr. CEO, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. If I may say a couple of words to this. So, councillors, I would like to explain, and I sent some information around yesterday, the second quarter review financial assistance grant, and I'll go to financial assistance grant. A lot of our results, so when you break down the results for and this is an estimated position, so it's been built as a worst case position. So I want to make that absolutely clear. This is a worst case position. The financial assistance grant we moved in second quarter to move it back to 50%. The Commonwealth Government in its budget just recently brought down, said it was going to do 75% early payment, but the early payment would not. So though instead of 4 quarterly payments, and this gets very complex to describe, so I'll try and do it as succinctly as possible, but they wouldn't pay that. So since 2009-10, the Commonwealth and the state, and then through the Grants Commission, have paid. So it's governments of all persuasions, and I really want to make that clearly. This is not any single, and sometimes people get hooked up on a single government. So this has been going on since 2009 and 10. So councils have had to budget traditionally 50% early payment, or at least take into their actuals 50% early payment of the FAGs, and it's distorted the financial systems for over a decade. What it has now done is the distortion has become normal business. And it's been something the council here, our council and many others in Queensland have advocated very strongly for a long period of time, that whatever the state and Commonwealth governments do through the Grants Commission, it has to be consistent, because it distorts the statements that the average person, when they look at the statement isn't reflective of council's operation and business. So I really want to make that point. So when the Commonwealth announced that, 577 councils in Australia would have been affected, and it would have had an absolutely adverse effect on our deficits this year. So this year, council is able to run, depending on, so now at the Australian Local Government Association's conference last week, the Commonwealth Government has made a reconsider of their decision. So they're they're going to pay 100% of the financial assistance grant in advance prior to the end of this financial year. So it begs a number of questions. And the first one is they're yet to advise us what that number is. So we've budgeted 7.1, which was 1, and councillors and the community would remember the absolute advocacy that we did last year, because they were going to take a considerable sum off of us like other councils. We were able to reclaim our ground so that we were netted out to the same. So they've committed to paying us something that they can't tell us the value of before the end of this financial year. So I'll let you pressure that one. So with that, so council's deficit this year, depending on timing of a grant, will be either 3 million, 6.3 million or 10 million, and it is totally at the whim of the timing of this payment. This payment is not a gift. It is often advertised in the media as it's, oh, this, look at what we're doing, we're giving you a grant. This is local government, 577 councils across Australia, fair share of Commonwealth revenue through the taxation system. It's the COAG and when it was about, and there's a whole history too, which I won't spend today. This is local government as an industry, as a tier of government's fair share of revenue from the Commonwealth taxation system. We are asked to budget 5 to 10 years out with our and which will come up later. Yet from year to year, and it's not like a surprise these payments are made, they cannot tell us from year to year what we will get and when we will get it and how the timing, and it affects our statements, and it will make us look either really good or really bad, and it will be all dependent. The other complicating factor in this year's statement is, and we've argued a lot, I've driven our finance team crazy. The audit office has reflected or requested, and I'll use the term requested, that we change the way that we calculate our landfill provisions. So these are provisions for 30 years out for when we may or may not remediate a landfill, absolutely essential. They've actually asked us to move to the Australian government bond rate, and this will have an on paper 30 years out, so not this year, doesn't impact our business, doesn't have any effect on our business at this point in time, as of today, as of 1st of July. But for 30 years out, our landfill provision rates have to change. Now, we could have continued to have the great fight, but at some point this would flow through. So it is going to come through this year. So that adds $1.5 million onto the budget deficit for the change of assumption on how the landfill provision is calculated. So again, it is not reflective of council's business. It is not reflective of the councillor's decision. It is not reflective of our organisation. This is a mandated change in an assumption on a calculation of a rate that we used for 30 years from this date. So it's another timing issue. So those two timing issues can have a massive impact on our books, and they will make our organisation look poorly on paper, but they don't actually. And Mayor, in your opening remarks, you're exactly right. It doesn't change one iota the asset management or the decisions this council has made in its financial sustainability and its path out of deficit. So thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify those 2 points. So if someone sees the deficit is forecast as a worst case, well, with the information that we have and the understanding that we have at the moment, the deficit will come in about 6.3. That could vary, the only unknown at the moment, and I can't give you a number because we don't know. So we're working on the information we have that the deficit will sit at 6.3 as worst case scenario.
And thank you very much, Mr. CEO. A very important matter that I know you've worked on for some time, and thanks for updating us on that, and also giving us and the community an understanding of the impact that these FAGS grants and the inconsistencies of the FAGS grants have on our budgeting and our reporting as a council. So thank you again, Mr. CEO, for your work on that. Okay, so councillors, any further speakers? Councillor Jones, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just in relation to the Mr. CEO's comments, I think it's very important that this council, and I'm sure there's other councils right across Australia that's in the same boat, but I think we need to really portray the message of what's being forced upon this council in relation to rubbish and landfill and everything else, because it's going to affect budgets going forward, and it's going to affect the ratepayer. I think that we need to be, and I know it's a very, don't go there situation, but I think we do need to be out there and tell, and I encourage the media to tell the real story of why or what's coming in the future in regards to landfill and waste management, because it is going to be forced upon councils right across Australia that we are doing the dirty work for their state governments. And I think we need to tell the story and make sure that everybody understands, because as councillors, whether any of us are here at the next election or whatever, the next group of councillors are going to be under significant pressure. And the Mayor addressed that in his statement with, moving forward, whether we can get out of deficit in a quick time or whatever. But I honestly think that this is one situation with local governments in Australia moving forward. It's going to be the biggest hurdle they have to address in their budgets and try and keep reasonable rates and levies on the constituents.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Further speakers? Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Two things you said, CEO Mark. First thing, distortion is normal business for council. That is a significant concern. When we're trying to plan for the future, deliver best outcomes for our ratepayers and be honest in the decisions that we're making, yet the systems underpinning all of those decisions are complex and distorted. Second thing, fair share of Commonwealth revenue for the taxation system. It demonstrates through our income statement here that the advocacy we've been doing around increasing the federal assistance grants, we absolutely need a government to listen to our cries for help, for our community to receive not only what it needs, but what it deserves. This year, we'll see a reduction in the federal assistance grants. The federal government has announced the measure is actually going backwards, not forwards, from 0.52% to 0.5% this year. I absolutely want to acknowledge the team for the work that's been done in compiling our estimated position for the year ahead. Thank you, Kerry. Thank you, Susan. I know there's an enormous amount of work behind this. It is so frustrating, and I have no idea how we're to explain that long story to our community when they look at these results, and to provide them with confidence that we are actually managing their money the very best way we can. So thank you, CEO Mark, for the work that you're doing, and to the team, and thank you for the update and the commentary.
Okay, through you, General Manager Jarvis. Manager Anderson, is there anything that you wanted to add to your reports here in terms of the comprehensive income statement or the estimated balance sheet, 30 June?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I think that the CEO has really said everything that needs to be said at this point in time. Our main issue here with our estimated position was around that landfill and the discount rates that we now have to use. That's the biggest portion of the movement between the third quarter and the estimated position. We have tried, obviously, with grant revenue to predict roughly where we think we can land. So that's another bit of up in the air at this point in time. Depends how much we spend, if we get additional revenue in that we weren't planning on between now and the end of June. So that's another little up in the air. But other than that, I think the CEO has covered off everything.
So, Manager, where we see on our income statement there under expenses, there's a finance costs line. We see that that's increased from what was previously 1.8 when we originally adopted the budget up to almost 3.2. That's that almost $1.5 million in extra provision for landfill that the government is forcing upon us to account for as an expense and to set those funds aside for future landfill provision. Is that correct? That's where it can be found. So hence the budget deficit now extends to $6.3 million projected to 30 June, of which that is the major contributing factor, as our CEO has articulated, for the clarity of the community, correct? Thank you. Right, well, and of course, to add to that, it only adds to the ongoing cost shifting that we see from state governments successively to local councils to deliver services that were previously delivered and or funded by the state governments. And as Mr CEO correctly articulated, this has been happening for many years from both political persuasions, and it's time that it changed if we are to be financially sustainable as local communities. Thank you, Mr CEO. Thank you, Manager, for bringing this information forward. Shall we go to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, we'll go on to 7.6, differential general rates, categories and criteria for 23-24. Now that one is at page 66, where the recommendation is at the bottom of page 66 that South Burnett Regional Council adopt differential general rates for the year ending 30 June 2024, pursuant to section 81 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the categories into which rateable land is categorised, the description of those categories, and in accordance with sections 81.4 and 81.5 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the method by which land is to be identified and included in its appropriate category is as listed in the table below, and Council delegates to the Chief Executive Officer the power, in accordance with sections 81.4 and 81.5 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, to identify the rating category to which each parcel of rateable land belongs. Do we have a mover? Councillor Henson, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Shoemaker. Speakers? Councillor Duff, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I'll support this, but I think into the future, as I know that Councillor Erkins has, as a new councillor, has identified that we probably need to look at categorising the towns together. I was always keen to have banding where you have, if you live in, say, Mergen, which has got lower lower valuations, and then you've got Kingaroy, which is higher valuations. If you banded those categories, say someone in Kingaroy had a block that was worth 100,000 unimproved value, and one in Mergen was 100,000, that they paid the same rate in the dollar, as opposed to what we currently do, where we've got the higher town valuations are, and then you've got the towns that are valued lower. We just put change the rate in the dollar so that everybody's paying roughly the same. So I have never been in support of that. I've always wanted to look at some other way, and I know that Councillor Erkins has been challenged by that, what we're doing currently. So certainly into the future would be keen to look at it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. And just for the clarity of the community, so the table that's presented here that Council is now voting on has undergone changes as this Council has progressively worked to pursue modifications to the rating categories. So, for example, what we're seeing here different to last year is that when we, continuation of last year, in that we've looked to create that one category for rural residential, but we have set Blackbutt aside because of the fact that Blackbutt has it has higher valuations on the rural res properties down there. So for us to bring Blackbutt into line with all the other rural residential areas would impose significant increases in rates to those. So we've mitigated the rates rises so that they're quite similar across all the rural res, but we're very close to having all the rural res properties in one category now. So I think that's been a real development by this council. Of course, residential is much more challenging. And to be clear, the differential rating model is something that can be adopted under legislation and regulation by councils. And this council has continued to adopt that community so that while you may have a different rate in the dollar for a different town, it's to try and make sure that we're equalising or levelling out the amount that each ratepayer pays in each town. Okay, so that where you might have a higher property in one town and lower in another, hopefully, on average, the amount you pay is similar because we adjust the rate in the dollar to get that similar outcome. The other thing council has done here is been proposed to council, and I must thank John Perry from Mead Perry for the work that John's done in working with our finance team, thanks guys, on these changes, is to look to bring together all the heavy industrial across the region into one category, which is another development where we had different categories for each town, now coming into one category. So community council is working through a process of bringing these together with a regional focus, but of course, as Councillor Duff has highlighted, the challenge is very much in the residential space. It will be a matter, obviously, for the new council to consider. Councillor Erkins, thank you.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. Yes, just to follow up on Councillor Duff's comments, I'm very keen that during the next year, council look at the rating categories. I understand that what we're doing is to make things equal across the region for towns. However, I see that towns are not equal across the region with the services that are available to them, and I would like and urge very much whatever council is here next year that we have some workshops and some, I'm sure, active debate on achieving an outcome that is satisfactory to our residents.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Certainly, in the report that we received in the multiple workshops we had with John Perry and this team, we modelled multiple categories and multiple scenarios. It's wonderful to see. I'm fully supportive of the recommendation that we've considered renewable energy, heavy industry, piggeries and feedlots, and we've benchmarked what we currently rate those industries in comparison to what other Category 3 councils actually charge. And I know we're on a pathway to improvement in some of those categories, and that engagement will continue and be important as part of that process. We are working toward and have been working toward aligning our categories across towns since the commencement of this term, and we all understand that if we were to do this suddenly, it would create financial shock and burden for a number of our ratepayers in the region, and so it needs to be done carefully over time and carefully considered. I'm fully supportive of the categories presented. I think they represent the differing levels of demand and the differing land uses, and I think it's been exceptional work to actually compare us to other Category 3 councils and understand where we sit in the scale and identify those other improvements, so it's not our residential ratepayers that we are hitting with the constant increases. We are considerately looking at those other industries and considering how they can help our council continue to be financially sustainable into the future. And certainly their impact on our assets. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Okay. Shall we go to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, we'll move on to 7.7, adoption of the differential general rates, 23-24 at page 80. Okay, so Council, we have recommendation there that pursuant to Section 94 of the Local Government Act 2009 and Section 80 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the differential general rate to be made and levied for each differential general rate category for the year ending 30 June 2024 is as follows, and that is listed, presented page 80 and page 81 of the agenda. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Jones, thank you. Speakers? Councillor Potter? Further speakers? Councillor Duff?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I'm actually going to vote against the rate rise. I'm voting against the rate rise on the grounds that on the 21st of April this year, I actually moved a motion, it was seconded by Councillor Shoemaker. The Council does not make a decision to increase rates or levies until Council's Executive Leadership Team has reported back to the budget meeting on the 17th of May 2023 with options to reduce the proposed operational expenditure by the $1.4 million reduction in revenue discussed as part of the rates workshops had to date. And the workshop is held with councillors and the executive leadership team members in relation to rates and operational expenditure. So that was a challenge put out to the organisation to have the leadership team come back with some savings. So after all of they went back and came forward with the savings in one department, livability, of $153,374.85. So that the challenge was 1.4 million, and that was the only operational saving that the executive leadership team could come up with. So I would support that if it was reflective in the community and the ratepayers felt like that they were seeing absolute bang for their buck. But when they're still seeing white fleet driving with dual cabs with one driver in them, like up to 70 or 80, I don't know how many white fleet vehicles we have, and we tried to make some reductions and that kind of stuff. I can't sit here consciously and stand here and vote for this because our community are really, really doing it tough. The cost of living is going up. So we just, I know that we've challenged here and there, but when we asked the operational leadership team to really, really bend over and try and make some savings, and that's the most that was brought back to this table. I think that at some point we have to start to look at that, at the kind of stuff like the white fleet, and I say this with the greatest respect to the staff, but the community are not seeing the efficiencies. They're not saying to me, oh, we saw, the parks and gardens, or there was like they were running from one to the other, or there's sort of like there's not the support out there in the community to say that this council is running as efficiently as it could be. So as in any business, you can't keep putting putting things up for the ratepayer if you don't cut at the other end. And so I've been a councillor for 19 years, and when we first got elected, we were running a $6 million operating deficit, and we had to make some cuts, and they were operational cuts. They weren't cuts to community, they were operational cuts. We cut out white fleet, we did a lot of stuff in the operational section. And this councillor, now mayor, has tried to, through the operational budget, he found consultants. We were spending millions of dollars on consultants. So that's the kind of stuff where I think we need to really take a lot deeper dive, as Councillor Shoemaker would say, into that section of council, because I'm speaking of the voice of the community, that they're not happy with the efficiencies that they're seeing across our organisation. So I can't justify that rate increase, so I'm actually voting against it on the grounds as I've articulated. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. CEO.
Thank you. Through the Mayor, it's regrettable, Councillor, that you weren't able to attend the meeting on the 17th, because there was a discussion about that. Firstly, thank you for the challenge, and from my recollection, the challenge was without cutting any services. We could take $1 million out of the budget tomorrow, easily. We could shut shale yards, we could shut depots, we could shut a whole raft of things. There would be an impact on services. So it was looked at the prism of maintaining all current services. Council has currently less white fleet, will stand corrected, than it did at the beginning of this term, and certainly last year. It actually has less staff than what it had this time last year. We're down 8 FTE. Last time I looked, I can check the number, but we're angling. We've absorbed inflation, which is 7.4% at the March quarter. We've absorbed wages. So the wages bill in the statement of financial is actually as it was in the original budget. So we've absorbed EBA rises, we've absorbed inflation, we've absorbed a whole raft of cuts. And it's a challenge in the path out of surplus, and when we get into the budget later on, you'll see that actually the 5-year forecasts are showing even as we currently stand, we're looking at coming out in year 3, probably year 4, out of deficit. So it's a topic that's very close to our heart. The organisation is putting in. Of the 300 odd FTE that we have at the moment, council's carrying 22 trainees, apprentices and school-based apprentices. So actually, of the staff that actually are full-time or full-time equivalent staff that we've got, and I know it's been advocated very much for the school-based trainees, and we'll go again this year. At the end of this year, we're coming up with that cycle again. So 22. A trainee and apprentice. So we're sitting around the 290, 280 actually in FTE staff. So we're running as far as permanent and regular staff, and we're using that as a succession building through. So I would, and with great respect, disagree with your comments that the organisation hasn't tried to be. The reason that our budgets have held so well is that, and again, it's the cricket team, as the Mayor often refers it here, and also the whole of the organisation. And I would pay credit to the whole of organisation as absolutely trying to save every dollar it can. It is an absolute focus of the organisation, and as it is, I know, with the councillors, path to surplus, and I have absolutely no doubt we'll achieve it, but very much respect your opinion and your right to vote as you think.
Thank you, Mr CEO. Councillor Erkins.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. As someone who's been in business myself for a number of years, I know that looking after your staff is an extremely important role, and it's a way that your business succeeds, whether it be a council, I think, or whether it be a business. And I know, as a person of the community, I know the feedback that I have had at different times when council have done things like cut down on vehicles. And I hear from staff who tell me that they're sitting around waiting for vehicles because we, or council, have cut down and taken the vehicles off them. And I also believe that as a council, if we want the best from our staff, we have to be supporting them and showing them that we have confidence in them. And by saying this, what we're saying, with all due respect, Councillor Duff, is that, we don't think you guys are giving us value for money. And I don't think that that's a way to get value for money. I think by showing support to your staff and showing appreciation for them, and it's, as I've said a number of times since I've been in council, we are on the same team. We should all be on the same team. And what we're looking for is, we're looking to encourage our staff, and we want them to give the best. And by saying to them, we don't think you're giving your best, and, we want you to cut down here and cut down there, I think it should be that we're supporting them. And I believe we'll get those cuts, we'll get that hard work, because they want to do the best for their community. And I just don't think that, by voting against this, because we're asking them to cut more, I know, I believe in the, through General Manager Meehan, I believe that, they brought quite a few savings in, and I do trust that we are on the same team, and I trust our staff and our general managers that they are doing all they can, and then I trust that the staff are going to be giving back because of our support of them. So I'm in support of this.
Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, this was never an easy decision, and it never is. And I do believe that we have no choice this year to do this rate rise. With the inflation costs as they are, with exactly what Councillor Erkins has said as well, with supporting our staff, they have gone through every single section of every single budget in every single department, and they have done their best to keep the budget as it is. We are very lucky to have such good staff that can do that. If we're not going to put the rates up, then we will have to cut services. And I think we will have more issues if we cut services than if we put the rates up. You can only cut so much from the budget, before the staff actually start walking away. We've got good staff, we need to keep them and we need to support them. Thank you very much.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly, this is never an easy decision, and every year we turn ourselves inside out over this very discussion. We spend hours debating this very point in this room. We spend hours modelling scenarios and trying to find a better way. It's frustrating, it's tiring, and the reality is I feel it would be irresponsible of us as custodians of the ratepayer funds and custodians of over $1 billion worth of assets owned by our community not to increase our rates by a modest 3.65%. I absolutely feel we are all in this together, and I know firsthand, because I've sat in this room with all of you as we have questioned, challenged, pried open general ledgers and report after report and scraped out dollars. Tiny dollars, big dollars, lots of dollars. We have done our very best to save money wherever possible without cutting services. But I know, and I know, that if we were not to increase our rates, we would have to lay off staff and we would have to cut our services. That's something I'm not willing to do, because every single day, each of us are contacted by people who live in our region with issues, concerns and problems. Every single day, our team are answering phone calls across the region, from our ratepayers, with concerns about our long backlog of deficiencies in our road network, with concerns about the park not being mowed, the bins not being picked up, concerns, issues raised every single day. And we have the challenging task to decide what's the most important thing and what do we have to learn to live with. And unfortunately, if we do not increase our rates, we will have to learn to live with a cut to our services and our cut to our staff. And that is something I'm not willing to do. I feel it would be irresponsible of me in the position that I'm in, and I know it's a difficult decision for all of us. I know we all care immensely about our community and our people, but I know if we don't make this decision, we're already staring down the barrel of a $6 million deficit for this year. What would next year look like? I am committed to reviewing our services. I am committed to working with this team. I think the work we've done around zero-based budgeting, starting from zero and building our budget up, that is to be commended. We are frugal. I know our team works hard to save every dollar they can. At the end of the day, we are at mercy of the same increases in CPI, in inflation, in rising costs, in our inability to actually attract the services we need to deliver the services our community need. We are in the same problem, in the same situation as many other local governments across Queensland, and as many small businesses grappling every single day to try to deliver for their customers. We are no different. We have absorbed an enormous amount of pressure, less staff, accepted less white fleet, absorbed inflation, absorbed EBA rises. I think a 3.65% rate increase, when we were at the beginning of our rates discussions, even talking potentially up to 8%, I think 3.65% is a good outcome for our community, and I'm supportive of the recommendation.
Any further speakers? Councillor Hensham.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, through you. Yeah, you're dead right, Councillor Shoemaker, Councillor Erkins and Councillor Duff, all my colleagues in this chamber. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we slashed 24 white fleet, I think, in the one financial year, only to turn around and find, and I'm sure, again, happy to be corrected, that we cross-hired or were hiring vehicles in departments to try and get staff to places at the right time. Our water department is in serious need. That can't be jeopardised. And if the lack of a vehicle sees something not happen, then our community gets up in arms. rest assured, I am a serious rate payer. I pay serious rates. And I can remember standing in this chamber 3 years ago, and Councillor Jones alluded to it. The rural people out there were petrified of the fact of, we went through rate rises of 10 and 14%. And the comment was made then that 0%, 1%, and a zero in rural and a 1.7% rate rise, that's all great. That pen, the stroke of a pen, can do anything as our our CEO has alluded to. You're right. We get compared to councils across the state. Most councils over the years have implemented 4 and 5% rate rises, and we've been that 0 and 1%. Wonderful, but it's somewhere down the track it's going to catch up with us. On our finance department is forever looking at savings. We had that conversation as to where and how we might be able to do it across our region only a week, and it's a work in progress. It is a work in progress. 3.65% is where we started at some six months ago when we sat in this chamber. We've been crunching numbers here since prior to Christmas time. We'll bring this budget down and we'll virtually turn around and start again on the next one. And Councillor Erkins, you've alluded to the rate in the dollar in different towns. Great conversation to start, and I'm sure that council, whoever they may be, can work with that and improve the system. It's a work in progress. Nothing's the same every year. Look what we've been dealt. We've been come out of drought, we had COVID, then 5 major weather events. Goodness me, I think this council can be proud of where it is today with the financial position it's in. It could be certainly a lot worse, and a lot of that is dictated to us out of our control with state and federal governments. They're passing the buck on to us all the time with more and more and more responsibility, and how do we manage it? I don't know. Someone come up with a solution. You can't, because next month, next term, next quarter, something will change again. I think across the board, this is a fairly responsible, very responsible budget. Getting off the subject a bit, as far as it's concerned, I'm fully supportive of it. We've spent a long time in this chamber, and no, we mightn't get everything right. But gee whiz, nobody wants to give anything up, and to cut services, if we were to cut our road services, imagine that, drag out grading to once every 18 months. We're flat to get around our road network in 12 months. We take that out to 18 months, which is a conversation for the public to be aware of that we've had in this chamber. We're lucky to get life out of our road network for 6 months, let alone take it out to 18 months. Would that save us money? My word, it would. How would our community be then? They'd be irate. I've said it before, there'd be ropes in the trees in the forecourt. So yes, Mr Mayor, there's an enormous amount of work going into this, huge amount of work. We get tired of it. We sit here until 6 and 7 o'clock at night sometimes. You've all got family members to go home to. We are all ratepayers. We are all ratepayers that sit in this room. So we come up with what we think is the best solution. So I'm fully supportive of it, and I am sure this council, with what we've done in the past 3 years, we haven't got it right all the time, that's for sure, but what we've got to work with and moving forward, I think this council can certainly hold its head high, and with the staff we've got behind the scenes there, I congratulate them. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay, thank you, councillors. Any further speakers? Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'll just keep it brief because everybody said pretty much everything I want to do, what I think, but I'll just touch on a couple of things. Councillor Hanson just managed road service as well. I can assure you that we've had conversations in this room, and I think we've endorsed it or going to trial it. We're going to trial rollers, and we're going to try and try and extend the life of the roads and all that sort of stuff. So the infrastructure crew are certainly trying to save money and go across and get efficiencies and all that sort of stuff. That work is under progress right now. Go and check your Category 3 councils that we've been in this term and just see how they compare with their rate rises. Okay, Councillor Hanson touched on that. I can assure you that we'd be way lower than any other Category 3, and I'd be happy to be corrected if I'm wrong, but I don't believe so. We've had to accommodate inflation, material costs, as everyone said. We've taken everything off them. We've taken tea and coffee off staff right across the region. We've gone down to everything. The comment from Councillor Duff that Mr CEO picked up on was the fact that come back with $1.4 million without affecting service levels. Well, I can tell you, I stood in this chamber 3 years ago, and I know there's people in this room that don't like me saying it, but I said then that the way we are going to have to start cutting services or looking at cutting services. Well, guess where we are? 3 years. We're right there. Okay? This council has almost reached rock bottom as far as I'm concerned. I'm not saying that there is no more efficiencies, there's nothing else to be found. But by Jesus, I tell you what, this staff have really pushed themselves to the limit, because everyone in this room, the mayor, as an accountant, he's looked for savings. Councillor Shoemaker, Councillor Duff, we've all questioned them, and they've done their bit. And, you know, seriously, Councillor Erkins, you touched on it. You have to look after your staff, and I always commend our staff, but the staff have also, they understand that they've got to do their jobs, and I think they do a wonderful job under the circumstances that they've worked through in this term of council, because by hell, it's been hard. We've been through COVID, we've been through everything else, we've been in material costs. Look at the conversations we got flogged around on the KTP, the additional costs and all that sort of stuff. That's explainable because of the material costs and inflation and contractors and everything else. 90% of that cost is self-explanatory, taken out of our control. So at 3.65, put that across with what we've done across the rest of the term of council, we've done our very utmost to try and control rates. 3.65 and 1.775 puts us up close to 5, bit over 5 in 4 years. I've spoken to a gentleman that's been in the local government for decades. And they've just put their rates and everything, and they produced their budget. I spoke to that gentleman, and he was disappointed in the way he'd done his financial management, because he tried to look after the ratepayers and all that, and his rates, and his words to me were he's disappointed in the way he managed the finances of the council, because now he's in a position where he had to put his rates up to the level he did. And I can assure you they are way bigger than us, way more progressive than us, and they have so much more royalties coming into their budget than what we do. So at 3.65, you can say it's modest. I know it's going to affect the people out there, because we are doing it tough. But at some stage, as Councillor Shoemaker said, we have a responsibility to make sure that we can service the people of our community, and we need to make sure that, you know, we're equitable and fair and everything else across the region. And I've always said, setting your rates is the hardest thing you'll do as a councillor, and that's what we're talking about here today. We've had the conversations, we've done everything we possibly can. We'll continue to work with it, and so I will support the 3.65, as tough as it's going to be with the conversations we've had in this chamber. And I'm not for 1 minute saying that not one of us have found this a difficult task. And it's been said in here numerous times. We're all on trying to do the right thing by the people that elect us to work for them. They want a result out of us. We're working for the people. They pay our wages. And as bad as it seems at 3.65, I think it's the fairest thing we can do at this stage of the council term. So I will be supporting the 365.
Okay, has anyone had an opportunity to speak? Yeah. Okay, just for the benefit of the community, so at pages 80 and 81 of the agenda, we've got the tables there that outline the recommended rates rises. So what we've got there basically is those differential categories across those 5 towns at 3.65% on general rates only. Villages, 3.65%. Every village, so that's the Tinguras and the Highsvilles, etc., the Banarkins, they are all on one rate. You can see their villages on one set rate. Rural residential, up 3.65% as well, with Blackbutt being kept separate due to the high property values on rural res blocks around Blackbutt. Commercial land across the 5 towns, differentially rated. Driving shopping centres, industrial land across the 5 towns, differentially rated. You can see the different rates of the dollar to adjust for the variances in valuations. Extractive, you can see there the 3 categories. We've got coal mines and power generation. You can see where we've now brought together solar and wind into categories. So solar and wind now are together as renewable energy assets. And then we've got transformers. Heavy industry, you'll see where heavy industry is 3.22590. So what that's doing is a 3.65% to what was previously the Mergen rate, and the Mergen rate is now being used as the one rate for the whole region. So what that means is that bean growers, Mergen Leather, Parkside, PCA and Swickers would all now be on the one rate, the same rate, whereas previously, being in different towns, they had different rates. Multi-units, we've got Kingaroy and others there, 3.65 on those. Again, Kingaroy kept separate due to the higher valuations to try and provide some equity across the region. And you can see there we've now got piggeries and cattle feedlots introduced as new categories, but they will continue to pay the same as other rural land. Those new categories are there so that future council can consider improvements to the way in which those heavy ag industries are going to be rated. Rural land, you can see all at one rate, and we've got a couple of other categories there. If I can say to you, through you, General Manager, to Manager Kerry, the couple of questions there. So I'm just keen to understand, so for every 1% that we increase the general rates, how much approximately does that increase our revenue, our income to council?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's roughly around 330,000.
330,000 per, okay, thank you. The second question I have is, if I was to propose an amendment to this table, which included, among other things, increasing the coal mine rate in the dollar and increasing the power generation rate in the dollar, Mr. CEO, would that have to be done through an amendment to the motion?
That would be, Mayor, through an amendment to the motion, correct?
Okay, thank you. Okay, so just on that, then, next question. General Manager Jarvis, councillors have spoken quite a bit about White Fleet, and I know it's been a contentious issue in the community. I think we've got an operational plan, an ongoing process with a plant and fleet review. Are you able to give us an update as to the work that's being done in council around the plant and fleet review? Will that consider the utilisation, the number of White Fleet that we have, opportunities for efficiencies around that, if you don't mind? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, part of the plant and fleet review encompasses all of our plant and fleet, including our workshops and the work done there through our mechanics, our fitters, and also through fabrication department. The White Fleet has been looked at as per your instructions or council's requests that challenged us to reduce it by at least 20 or 20%, which has been done. I do believe that from feedback from the other managers, yes, as one of the councillors alluded to, that there has been an impact on the services or the operational efficiencies of some departments. We've also, as part of that, to alleviate that pressure, we've looked at other aspects of our permits there, where we're not requiring trailers there to move our plant, our mowers from park to park. We have conditional licensing now to look for, so that's a feature, that a savings that we've incorporated into our review. Another part of the review is the automisation of our pre-starts, our warranties, our services. That's all encompassed in our plant and fleet review, Mr. Mayor. But yes, definitely the White Fleet is down to a stage now where our supervisor or our scheduler is having, or our two schedulers are having very, very tough times in delivering available plant to officers that need to commute to our other, as far as our customer service operators, if for sicknesses in our outlying towns are having trouble even getting anything to, and they're using their own cars to get to Blackbutt or outlying centres as well. So it has impacted there, and we are reviewing all of it.
General Manager, so while we're on White Fleet, I don't want to spend a lot of this time on that, but just quickly, from the latest report that I received, about 2/3 of our White Fleet is being provided for staff to take home at night under commuter use. That was the latest data I got from a request for information that I submitted. So we had around 70-odd vehicles that were going home at night for commuter use. Now, I understand that there's packages with salaries and all that sort of thing that we aren't, that I don't want to see us get into as a council. That's a matter for our HR department. But what the community is seeing, and the other day I was driving from Mergen back to Kingaroy and I saw 6 utes. They were all dual cabs and each one had only one person in them going from Kingaroy back to Mergen. And I see this regularly, and I guess the community sees it. I think that's where Councillor Duff's getting that pushback from the community. Is there something we can explain to the community as to why we have utes moving between Nanango and Kingaroy, between Mergen and Kingaroy, and I see a number of them on the road all the time with only one person in a dual cab utility? Is there scope for us to provide some efficiencies around looking at commuter use for home, taking vehicles at home at night, number one, and number two, for how we can perhaps program the driving, because it's not, I mean, it might be necessary, but I guess it's the perception that's concerned. Is there work that we can do in that space? Or is it something that just that there's no way to address that? I'm probably just keen to find out if there's any options there.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate the question, and I understand it is about perceptions, and I'm not trying to avoid the question at all, but I do know that as far as commuter use, and that is a HR or a people and culture decision that comes under the CEO, that obviously that's a decision there as part of employing people. That I'm sure the CEO could assist you with. And as far as the operational side of the White Plant, that goes to the General Manager of Infrastructure or the General Manager of Communities for the operational side. We solely are more into the plant replacement section within White Fleet, but also within the pool vehicles. That's where our level of responsibility is, but the other operational side is with the other executive members.
Yeah, thanks, General Manager. And I guess it's, again, part of that work in progress with the fleet review, would it be? The other thing was, I just wanted to point out a couple of things here. First of all, what I haven't heard a lot about in this discussion this morning, councillors, is the cost of living pressures that are hitting Australian communities. I want to make two observations here. Number one is that on the release of the recent ABS data, which produces the thing called the CIFA Index, the CIFA Index identified again that in the South Burnett LGA, we have 60% of our population in the most disadvantaged group. In Brisbane, 20% of their population is in the most disadvantaged group. In the South Burnett, I say again, 60% is in the most disadvantaged group. Now, what we also know, the government is that we can expect electricity prices from 1 July to go up between 20 and 25%. And economic data coming out is saying that in 5 years' time, electricity prices based on what they are today will double. So if your electricity bill for the year is currently $1,200, you can expect it to be $2,500 in 5 years' time. Groceries, I can assure you, are not going up. My wife tells me with CPI. I don't know what the CPI figure is, 7.8%. Groceries aren't going up by 7.8%. Let's be realistic. They're going up by a lot more than that. And that's on top of the cost of fuel and insurances, which are going through the roof. Cost of living pressures are hurting, and the pain is going to get worse. Over the next 12 months, people in this region are going to suffer. Pensioners are going to suffer. Low-income earners are going to suffer. Mums and dads on lower salaries who work at some of our local factories and some of our local small businesses are going to go through a difficult time. Cattle prices are down, and we've got a La Nina predicted, which means drought for our crop growers. Make no mistake, mark my words, I'll stand to be corrected in 12 months' time if we don't look back and go, wow, what a tough 12 months that was, because it's only going to get worse, and the nation's likely to slip into recession next year. That's the information coming out of the major banks in terms of economic forecast. Our region's at the cutting edge of that because we have a high percentage of people, and I'm sure our media in the room would understand, we have a high percentage of people who are in that low financially disadvantaged group. That concerns me with all these costs. I am concerned about 3.65% on top of grocery price increases, fuel price increases, power prices going up by 25%, and how that hurts our pensioners, how that hurts our farmers. So as a result of that, I'd like to put forward the following proposed amendment to the motion. That pursuant to Section 94 of the Local Government Act 2009 and Section 80 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, so no change there, Kimberley, the differential rate to be made and levied for each differential rate category for the year ending 30 June 2024 is as amended. And if we can put some bullet points under that, please, Kimberley, under my motion. Residential land, 2% increase. Village, 2% increase. Rural residential land, including Blackbutt, 2%. Multi-units, Kingaroy and others, 2%. Rural land, water, pumping and storage, and other land categories, storage, other land categories, 2%. Next bullet point, category 414, coal mine, rate in the dollar increased to 31.3962. Our rate in the dollar increased to 31.3962. Next bullet point, power generation, category 215, power generation, rate in the dollar increased to 24.9952. 24.9952. That all other categories remain as presented with the 3.65% increase. And should I receive a seconder, then I'll speak to the motion. Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Duff, thank you. Thank you, Kimberley. So, Councillor, I'd like to speak to the motion. Firstly, can I acknowledge the hard work that has gone in to get us to this point, and it has been long, arduous hours in this room, working through the rates rises in budget committee meetings and in workshops. But since we did that, I've been paying particularly close attention to the commentary coming out of many of the economic forecasters around what this country, and of course our region, will be part of that, can expect to see over the next 12 months. And the predictions are that small business, so for our Chamber of Commerce around the region, our small businesses, tough times ahead. For our farmers, a tough 12 months ahead. For our pensioners who live on a meagre social security support from our government, tough times ahead. Electricity prices particularly concerning, massive increases to power prices. We already have people, I believe, who are cutting back from 3 meals a day to 2 meals a day to pay their power bills in this state and, of course, in our region. Now, I know that 3.65% isn't much, considering the low rate rises we've passed through as a council, and I applaud my colleagues in the work that you've done to get to that. But let's not forget that post-amalgamation, the people that sat in this gallery hiked up the rates significantly. They jacked the rates up to Billio since amalgamation. And I know that because I've gone back and looked at the rates notices that we received in Kingaroy before amalgamation. And I watched the rate notices come through in 2012 particularly, and the 5, 6, 7 years after that, and our rates doubled in my home. And that's what it wasn't such an issue for my wife and I. We're fortunate to be in a position where we had a reasonably good income through our business. But for the pensioners, I don't know how they can continue to pay these rates increases. So my view is that we're coming off a pretty high platform. Previous councils already lifted the rates to a pretty high level before we came into this chamber. We've tried to mitigate that. We've tried to slow those rate rises down, but we've come off a pretty high base when we came in here. And that's the truth. Councillor Duff, you were here. I'm happy to have you correct me if I'm wrong, but from the rate notices I've seen, the South Bennett Regional Council, since amalgamation, has been jacking up rates significantly. And that's what people in the community are saying, and this is an opportunity for us to try and halt the flow and the intensity and the size of these rates increases. The other thing is, state government does not pay any rates to our council. They're sitting on, have hospitals on land, they have schools, they have a government-owned power station sitting out here with wholesale power prices going through the roof. And they don't pay, the power station does, but all these state government entities don't pay rates, do not pay rates, yet they use the services that the general ratepayers have to fund. Again, so the state government can get a free ride on the pensioners of this community. So I'm proposing that by increasing the coal mine and the power generation rates, that will raise an extra $200,000, which will go a long way to offsetting the 1.65% in rate reduction that we deliver to our residential ratepayers. Now, I'm not suggesting we pass that on to the commercial, industrial, but to our farmers, to our pensioners, to our low-income earners, to our rural residential people, I'm proposing and seeking support to cap that at 2% and to pick up the difference, or a significant amount of the difference, from the coal mine and power generation, because the reality is it's owned by the Queensland Government and they are continuing to shift costs onto our council, and they are continuing to, operate on land around our region, incur cost to council and not pay any rates. So on that basis, I'd like to put that forward and ask council to please consider the cost of living pressures that our residents are going to be under over the next 12 months. I'd now commend the motion to the committee and seek further speakers. Thank you, Councillor Erkins.
Mr Mayor, just an inquiry. Is it possible, because we've had a lot of time where we've had workshops and we've worked through a lot of this stuff, so this just coming out of the blue, is it possible that we can break for morning tea before we come back to debate this?
Yeah, look, it certainly is, I think. Can we have a procedural motion? Yeah, and it's certainly morning tea time. So you happy to move that, Councillor Erkins?
Yes, I am.
Yep, so Councillor Erkins moved that we adjourn for morning tea, seconded by Councillor Henson. Those in favour? Yes, those in favour? Not on a procedural motion, no. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. We'll break for morning tea. Shall we resume at 11:15? Thank you all. Okay, I'll now move a motion that we resume the meeting. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Henson, thank you. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, Mr CEO, we'll continue the discussion on the proposed amendment. Further speakers, thank you. Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just one to you in regards to your proposal for the 2% on all rural residential, including Blackbutt. So with your comments earlier today, you said that we're trying to bring Blackbutt back into alignment. So that 2% right across the board won't do anything for Blackbutt in the rural residential sector?
Yes, I believe Blackbutt was originally 2.6, General Manager Kerry. So they'd come back to 2 if
so
this
does-
was
yeah,
passed. Yeah,
That's correct, but so does everyone else. We done that 2.6 to bring them in alignment with the 3.65, so we had 365 and then Blackbutt was 2.6 on its own. So therefore, we aren't doing anything for the rural residential people in Blackbutt on their valuations being so high. They'll all be consistent rise with everyone else across the region.
yeah. Manager Carey, did you want to explain how that would work? Thank you.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Councillor Jones, you are correct in that. The prior strategy was that the rural residential for all categories would go up 3.65, but rural residential for Blackbutt would only go up by 2.6 to try and bring the rate and the dollars closer together. So if we were to do 2% overall for both, that would negate us bringing them closer together in this year. So we would just have to next year then have a look at, if they're close enough together or getting close enough together, or adjust the increases in next financial year to keep going along that line.
So therefore, the comments earlier, Mr Mayor, probably don't ring true at this stage if we're going to go there. And when you said that this council has tried to bring the rural residential line into alignment, so that sort of doesn't, so that's not right if we go on this particular effort. And I'm not going to go into any open discussion. I don't feel confident speaking in a thing like this when there's a considerable amount of money and in far as the coal mines and all that. And I guess if anyone's watching out there, they'll say, oh yeah, hit them. But in actual fact, the people sitting in this room know exactly the extent to what they are. And yeah, I agree with all that. So I'm not going to get into a conversation there, but I reckon, I'm no A-class scholar, but with your proposal and even with your recommended increases on your coal mine, your power generation, with what you're going to gain there, and then what we're going to lose across all the other categories with your reduction, I think we're going to lose a considerable amount of money. And we talk and we hear you talk quite regularly, Mr Mayor, on the fact of our deficit and increasing in deficit and all that sort of stuff. So I just want to, I can't understand your logic there in the fact that if your proposal is going to increase the deficit or not be able to provide the services at least, I just struggle with that. So our income is going to decrease, I think, with quick calculations, just working it out roughly across the board. So I'd be interested to, I've heard your justification and all that sort of stuff, but I think we heard that there was about $200,000, I think you proposed to raise through that generation of power or power generation and whatnot. But I just don't know how much we would lose, and I reckon it's a considerable amount. So, but I won't, so I'll just leave it at that at the minute.
Thank you, Councillor. General Manager Jarvis.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. I appreciate the time there, allowing us to input this data into our rating model so we can provide Council with an updated impact on what these proposals would do to our rating strategy. So currently, the proposed increase would be, for the coal and power, would be an increase of 25%. So in this year's budget, the coal mines, we already increased their rates by 10% and the power by 7.8%, which was an increase of $110,000. So with the changes in the rate in the dollar, we will add additional revenue will be $190,000 that we will add to that, which will give us an overall increase on this year's $300,000 will be the gross there. And then overall, with the 2% for that the Mayor has indicated for residential and so on, it will actually give us a gross decrease of $247,000 in our rating, our general rates revenue.
Is that just on residential that you were speaking about there, or is that across the board on that 2%?
Through you, Mr Mayor, that's 2%. That's what all of the adjustments that the Mayor has asked us to punch in, the 2% on the residential, the villages, the rural residential, all of those suggested increases that the Mayor's indicated has been punched into our model and our rating model, and that's the information that's come up in our model, Councillor.
So through you, Mayor, just one, so that I've got it right here, you're saying that we'll increase 190,000 on the coal mine and whatnot with the suggested increases of the Mayor's amendment, but we'll lose 247 across on the 2% rating category.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. It's actually, it's 190,000 increase on the 110,000 increase we've identified in this budget, Councillor. So overall, it will be 300,000. And yes, it will be a gross loss of 247,000 overall. That's identifying that $300,000 increase. That's taking that into consideration. So the overall of our general rates will decrease. The overall revenue will decrease by $247,000.
Yeah, so we'll stay with Councillor Jones. Anything further there, Councillor Jones?
So I'll put it in SPUD terms. So what you're saying is, including the 300,000 proposed gain, taking that into account with every other reduction and all that, we're going to have a gross decrease of 247,000 on what we've already done. Sorry. Okay. Yeah.
So, General Manager, sorry, if I can just ask that, just while we're on this particular point that you're on here with Councillor Jones, so we said before the 1% general rate was how much?
It's 330,000.
330,000.
That
Okay,
amount,
so,
Mr Mayor.
So 330,000 then is 1.65% is 544,000 if we were to apply 2% to all categories. But if we take out, if we leave the commercial, industrial and other categories, including solar, at 3.65, then what you're saying is that comes back to 437,000. We drop off the 190 that we pick up, and the net loss of revenue is 247,000. Okay.
That's correct, Mr
Right.
Mayor.
Thank you. So we would have to, if we wanted to maintain the current level, the current position on the income statement, we'd have to find basically $250,000 in savings somewhere else. Okay.
That's correct, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, thanks very much. Okay, further speakers. Councillor Shoemaker.
Just a question for me at this time, Mr Mayor. Do we need to suspend standing orders to have questions and discussion about this? Does this eat into our speaking time? Or?
Yes, it does. So to have an open discussion, council is certainly entitled to seek to do so.
Can I move a procedural motion that we suspend standing orders?
Thank you, councillor. Do we have a seconder? Yes, Councillor Erkins. Straight to the vote, Mr CEO. Okay, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Open discussion. There are no time limits applying. Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker.
Mayor. So my first question, just in relation to the coal and power station increases of up to 25% that you've proposed here, it's my understanding we have to substantiate the reasons why we've chosen those categories. So can I confirm with you, because I would believe that would need to be detailed in your motion to actually allow us, and I'm probably concerned if we're actually able to do this without being dragged into court, because some of the advice that we've had previously is that that this discussion has been had before in this region and it ended up in a very long court case. So I would like to understand how are we as a council going to substantiate a 25% increase on the power station and the mine within the provides of the local government regulation?
Yeah, let me say one thing first and foremost. This is absolutely not, and the intention is absolutely not to base this on capacity to pay. The legislation makes it very clear that rates are to be rated on the valuations of the property. rates are based on valuation. They have absolutely nothing to do with capacity to pay. And my intention here is certainly not to increase the rates on these particular categories based on anything to do with rates with capacity to pay, because there are a number of ratepayers in different categories that you could say have greater capacity to pay. So it would be inappropriate for me to base it on that, and that's certainly not the reasoning. I have no knowledge as to the profitability of these companies that in these categories, and I certainly don't want to give any impression that it's based on capacity to pay, because it's absolutely not. The reason, to my mind, is around the fact that these industries, like heavy industries in our region, we've had a discussion, have a significant impact on council assets. So, for example, if we look at the impact that the movement of general traffic, heavy traffic has on our road network, for example, it is my view that that impact by heavy industry, including coal, power, the coal mine and the power station, has a significantly disproportionate impact to that which is placed upon our network by the majority of industries. And I think we're going to see this similarly with solar and wind farms. The impact on our road network is going to be significant, and I think it's appropriate that our ratepayers ask for a proper rate of return based on the rate in the dollar in relation to the impact on community infrastructure. And that is the primary reason for me putting forward this proposal.
So, in line with the Local Government Act, my second part of that question in the regulation when it comes to setting the rules, just want to be clear. So we're going to propose a 25% increase on coal and power because of their impact on our roads network.
That is what I'm proposing, yes.
But solar and renewables in our new category won't have the same level of the same percentage.
I'm not sure how they've changed over recent years, but we might have to go to our manager to clarify how the rating of renewable energy assets has changed over a period of over this term of council.
The reason for the question is because I'm hearing what you're saying, certainly, Mr. Mayor, but I know that we have to substantiate this, and we are responsible by law to substantiate this. And if we say it's because of the impact on our roads, well, how are we substantiating that? Have they increased employment? Why would we say after so many years of operation there's a 25% increase because of the impact? And actually, my only concern is how we defend this in a court of law.
Yeah, sure. It's open discussion, councillor, so feel free.
Fully support it. But what Councillor Shoemaker is saying in your comments, Mayor, in justification around the road network, where the power station is situated in our region, I believe it's fed by all state-controlled roads. And I would think that any heavy machinery or like any generators or anything like that that gets carted in, because that road coming through Maidenwell is all state-controlled, the highway is state-controlled, and the road coming out from the Nango is state-controlled, and I don't know that they would bring anything through the back way through to Kingaroy past the airport or anything like that. So may struggle to justify that on affecting our roads, because I would suggest 99% of any heavy vehicle travelling to the Tarong power station will be on state-controlled roads.
Yeah, certainly understand that, councillor. The majority of heavy movements will be on those heavy vehicle traffic regulated roads, which are state-controlled roads at this point in time. But I guess my argument is that there is a lot of service industry traffic that is utilising our road network that goes to those particular facilities, and that is putting in itself a significant impact on our road network, as Councillor Shoemaker says, as does and as will do into the future the renewable energy sector. I'm very concerned about this whole power generation space and the impact that it's going to have on council's infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my other question was, so we had substantiated a 10% increase on the mine because we'd benchmarked what we were charging with other Category 3 neighbouring councils and agreed that 10% was reasonable. Just want to confirm that because we discussed that last week, further to knowledge that John Perry had given us, that 10% was seen to be reasonable in line with the benchmarking we had done with other regions for the coal mine.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the consultant did give us figures there, councillor, and said that in line with our rating strategy there, that he felt that the 10% was in line with other councils, Category 3 councils that did have coal mines there, but with the opportunity there to again progressively increase as we went ahead with our rating strategy to increase revenue as well.
Over time.
Yeah,
And
it was
the
only a suggestion, sorry, yes.
7.8% that we had set for the power station was,
Yes.
at the time we discussed that for power station as well as heavy industry, was aligned with CPI at the time we had those rating discussions. So we felt that we could substantiate that increase because it aligned with CPI, and we had also benchmarked a number of other power stations in neighbouring areas to determine what they were being rated, and agreed that the 7.8% was reasonable. I got that true and correct?
That was my understanding there, councillor, yes.
And from the 10% and the 7.9% increase, that is how we had raised the $110,000 that we were going to, which would be in addition to what the coal and the power generation category currently charge. So I've got that right?
That's correct, councillor. That was the additional revenue that we would have, by increasing them, the coal mines by 10, up to 10%, and the power generation 7.8%, that would give us the additional 110,000 revenue.
And just the last question I had was, in our discussions, I've got it written here somewhere, we had talked about taking care of our pensioners, and we had compared ourselves to other Category 3 councils and determined that South Burnett Regional Council was actually above the average in the amount of pensioner remission we provide. And for 2021, that was $813,000 worth of relief for our local pensioners, which was above the average of 1.3%. So that was 1.3% of our rates revenue, which is above the average of what those other neighbouring Category 3 councils actually provide in remissions. Have I got that correct?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. That's my understanding is that is correct. That's the information we were given by the consultant. That's correct, councillor. I'm just uncertain about we are one of the highest in our emissions, but also I'm just not clear whether it was Category 3 councils or whether we were compared to all councils. I can't clarify that just offhand, I'm sorry.
But it was $813,000 relief in 2021 year for our pensioners on our rates. And that has been factored into our rates modelling and this budget. Is those pensioner remissions remain?
Absolutely, councillor.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you, councillor. Councillor Duff.
Yes, just a question to General Manager Jarvis, just on that benchmarking. So was it when the question that Councillor Shoemaker asked, so we benchmarked against other power generation coal mines, and then, but I think that what John Perry was doing was actually we weren't charging the same level. It was just an incremental, just doing it till we got to that, and that was, so the first rise would be so much, and the Mayor is just suggesting that we, instead of waiting, doing it next year, we just do like the rise this time, but that we were actually lower. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we were lower, our coal mines were lower, and it was a 3-year rating strategy to bring them up. Yes.
So that's correct. So it was a 3-year, but all the mayor suggested is that we just do it sooner rather than later. So we are significantly lower. So thank you. No further questions.
Councillor Erkins.
So if we're talking about, if we were saying that we were going to bring it up slowly, presumably we could justify that if the other coal mines were higher. Does that mean we could justify putting it up at once? If we had to justify why we'd done that, anyone? Or if we are significantly lower in what we charge now, and we said rather than shock them, we'll take it up in over 3 years, does that mean that if we had to if we took the mayor's proposal and put it straight up, does that mean that we are in line with what they're being charged in other regions, so therefore is justifiable, and we wouldn't have to put up the impact on our roads if we're just comparing apples with apples? Anyone?
We'll just direct that question.
The question is, if our rate in the dollar on the coal mine and the power station, if, as General Manager Jarvis has said, we were significantly lower than other regions, and when we put it up, is that right? Is that what you said? So we were going to put it up over 3 years, in increments over 3 years. If we decide to put it up all at once, does that mean it is justifiable because we were lower and we're only coming in line with other regions?
Mayor, I'm probably going to answer this in a different sort of a way, getting into the mechanics, and certainly appreciate all the councillors' points on justification, consumption of assets, and also that this is not based on any form of capacity to pay. We've had documents provided, and if I may be so bold, it's probably counterproductive to get into the absolute detail in this forum. There's a proposal put forward that council can consider whether it would support or not, and it's probably a policy decision. And again, I'm not prosecuting an argument for the policy position either way, but there are a range of complexities and sensitivities around these sorts of discussions and those internal workings. The number of workers on site comes into play, and the average dollar value per worker. There's a whole range of complexities, and again, without wanting to limit debate, you will be here literally all day going through those complexities, and there is justification. There may be, there will be a variety, and it's. I'm sorry, councillor, I'm not going to answer your question directly. There will be a variety of opinions as to whether the proposal is agreed to or not. That would be in a variety of different people if you spoke to, and I think there's a proposal put up as an amendment to the resolution. And it's probably best to prosecute that debate and then make a decision, Mayor, if that's not too pushy.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. We'll stay with, yeah, sure.
So my concern is, Bart, if we are to vote on the amendment, and as Councillor Shoemaker said, if we make a decision and we can't justify why that is done, how much is it going to cost us to try and justify what we have done? I mean, I think we need to have some idea of whether we can do that without costing our council money. I mean, looking at it, it looks very attractive to me, looking to keep the rates increased to our community and those people that are vulnerable. You know, that looks very, very attractive to me. However, I don't want to make a decision. I'm pretty disappointed, actually, Mr. Mayor, I have to say, that it's come up at this last minute, because we have had lots of rate meetings. So it's very difficult for me to get my head around and to try and work this out. And that is one of the questions that had it been brought up earlier, we probably could have debated and actually found out and, so to actually make that decision now, I don't want to do the wrong thing by our community. I don't want to cost our council money for things that they shouldn't have to pay for to justify a decision if, the decision is wrong and is not justifiable. So that's the only reason why I would like to know. To me, it seems if we are charging less than other coal mines and other power stations, can we justify that? That's my question. I understand Mr. CEO is telling us that, that it's not really a place to work that. Probably should have worked it out earlier, but it does put councillors in a very difficult position because I'm sure everybody wants to keep the rates down. However, we are aware that we have a council to run and to finance.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. If I could just perhaps explain that certainly it would have been desirable to have this option on the table previously, but can I make it clear that I did send out this option to Council in an email that I sent back in April, and I have a copy of the document here that was issued to the councillors for consideration and asked for feedback on that. And that document was discussed at a council budget committee meeting where these options were considered, including moving to those exact rates in the dollar that I've quoted today. Those exact rates of the dollar, I put that to this group in a committee meeting. I think it went to maybe the May meeting a month or so ago. So there was an opportunity to discuss this then. And I think, can I also explain that in terms of justification, I think our council does need to start to look closely at, and I think this year's the time to do it, the cost of renewing and maintaining our infrastructure is going through the roof. Now, I know 25% sounds a lot, but I've seen capital project reports come to this council from General Manager Meehan's team showing these sorts of increases, 25% cost increases on steel and concrete, and also gravel and bitumen and all these, civil construction resources that are costing us so much more these days with inflation. The other thing I'd like to point out, that in this proposal here that we had recommended from the staff, while we're on the topic of heavy industry, and I believe that a coal mine and a power station and renewable energy assets are heavy industry, we have now looked to align all of our heavy industries, that's bean growers, Mergen Leather, Parkside, PCA and Swickers, into one rate category, into 3 point, whatever it is here, Kerry. Okay, heavy industry up to 3.225. That's a 60% increase for bean growers. That is a 35% increase for Parkside, a 57% increase for PCA, and for Swickers a 57% increase. Now, I acknowledge, though, it's not the big dollar figures. It's not 300,000, right? It's only a small number in dollar terms. But when we talk percentages, even that alignment is that level of percentage. So I know the 25% sounds alarming, and I know the 300,000 sounds a lot of money. But I would argue that if we actually went and did a cost analysis on what heavy industry impacts on our local road network, including our bridges, including our culverts, including our pavement, I would be very, very surprised if an independent analysis of that did not show that the rates that we collect from heavy industry, including the power station, the coal mine, is far, far less than what it costs us to deliver the maintenance on those road networks. Because my understanding is that the heavy industry impact on our roads is significant on our local roads, and I don't think that we're collecting enough revenue to carry the cost that our infrastructure guys have to incur in maintaining roads due to the impact of heavy industry across our region, and I don't think it's fair to pass that burden on to our local residential ratepayers. Further, sorry, Councillor Potter.
Thank you. That's just a little more ammunition to get our 1% from the fags from federal government. But the coal mine, the mines aside, power stations aside, my question is, with that loss of $247,000 in this particular proposal, Just curious as to whether we're going to shut a park, shut a library, not do a road. And, you know, we all know that the cost of living for everybody has gone up. It's not just the low income people, even the people on the higher income, it's really cost them a lot of money as well, interest rates and everything. We're all paying the price for inflation. So, yeah, so Mr Mayor, I just want to know, what are we going to do about the 247?
Well, for example, I would like to see us fast track the fleet review. Again, I mean, I heard stories of us hiring vehicles, but I still believe that there are efficiencies to be made there. Now, this is a discussion for when we get to the expenditure side of the budget, which is a final item on today's agenda. But for example, if each vehicle is costing us $30,000 per year, and we're in the process in the capital budget here of replacing 25 of them, if we downsize by 10% and lose 10 fleet vehicles, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's potentially $300,000 there alone. Now, that's only a 10% adjustment to our fleet. I'm not saying that we impose it on our staff. What I'm saying is that in the first quarter, we escalate the time it takes, we escalate the fleet review, we sit down with our teams and we have our ELT sit down with the teams and say, is there ways that we can be more efficient with our fleet? Now, I'm not suggesting we cut back on yellow machinery. I'm not suggesting we cut back on the money we give for gravel or for staff wages or any of that. I'm simply suggesting that we look at that area, because I still do believe, and I must say respectfully, General Manager Jarvis, disagree respectfully, that I still believe that there is potentially scope to save another $300,000 in what is a significant amount of money we spend every year on white fleet. And I think if we drill down and have another closer look at commuter use, if we have another closer look at how we're doing this, and I know that I'm not going to be popular with people for saying this, but I am very concerned about the cost of living pressures out there. And I think there are ways we can find $250,000 in savings in overheads that won't impact on our community services. We'll stay with you, Councillor Potter.
Thank you. Look, we've already heard from Manager Jarvis that we've got staff driving their own cars. We've got staff waiting for pickups that have been dropped off to certain jobs and actually waiting for pickups. So to me, that's loss of productivity. If they're waiting for somebody to come and pick them up because they've been dropped off because we don't have enough fleet vehicles, to me, that's a total loss of productivity. So the other thing is, with regards to this, is where are we? I'm still trying to figure out, if you're going to cut those vehicles back, this conversation should have been had months ago if this is what we're doing. I know we started these conversations, but, you know, we're doing the budget today. This is really not a conversation for today. It should have been a conversation, you know, when we first started this budget. So this is like the 11th hour. This is the governor ringing in. So I just...
Well, I don't think it is. I mean, to be fair, I think Councillor Duff put forward a proposal at a committee meeting, I think it might have been in April, that we seek savings from our staff of $1.4 million, I think, for recollection. It might have been April, and that came forward in May. So I think we have been trying to weed out some of these savings. And, you know, all I'm saying is that in the first quarter, we have a look at where we can find another $250,000. Now, the fleet option may fall over. All I'm suggesting is we look at what options are available for us there to save that $247,000 so that we can deliver a 2% rather than 3.65% to a community that is going to be suffering, that is suffering, and will continue to suffer over the next 12 months with cost of living pressures. Councillor Erkins.
Through you, Mr Mayor. One of the things that I'm concerned of when we talk about the 247,000 and we talk about fleet is staff morale. You know, I don't think it's any secret that, you know, staff morale is not that high on our council. But then I also take into account the morale of our community. So if we were to look at 2.5%, how does that affect? Sorry, how would that affect, you know, or for for that 247,000, are there some capital expenses that we could, some projects, is there any way that that can come back? Or is that not a conversation that comes up with this?
Might direct that through you, Mr CEO. Thank you.
Capital wouldn't impact on this, councillor. So yeah, lovely suggestion, but it's a different category of the budget. So the capital discussion isn't here, and also taking up probably the fleet discussion as well. And again, I'm probably being pushy in time, but that is the expenditure half of the budget, and you're discussing the revenue stream.
So
Thank you,
the
Mr.
point-
CEO.
If we went, Mr Mayor, if that was 2.5, how would that impact that $247,000 loss?
Direct that to GM Jarvis and give our manager some time. While we're just waiting on that, Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Talk about the community and doing it tough. I'll go down the renewable path with power prices increasing double over the next 5 years, which we have no control over. We're going to have a coal mine that's going to shut out here. There's going to be how many hundreds of jobs? And those hundreds of jobs will not go into that renewable sector, let me tell you. Because as we stand in this chamber, out there today in those hills, right beside me, there is umpteen utes and contract vehicles there, and there is not one I have seen yet that is local. Not one. When those renewables get built, we don't have a coal mine, where's the revenue coming from then? And if you say renewables, when they're robbing Peter to pay Paul, and we have this massive increase, and let's go back a couple of years where the country was promised that our power prices were going to come down. My power bill hasn't come down one bit. Nobody's has come down, and you yourself, Mayor, have stated that if you're paying $1,200 a year and your power, it'll go to $2,500. I pay substantial power prices, and I've got renewables going to be all around me. None on my, and no benefit to me whatsoever. People in the community have made a suggestion that if I supported renewables, of course I would, because I'd be getting some financial gain out of them. If I don't support the renewables, well, of course I won't, because I'm not getting any financial gain out of them. I don't have any on my place. I don't look like getting any on my place at this point in time, but I'm going to be surrounded by, in time, and we all know in this chamber, the conversations we have with renewables and solar. I'm going to be surrounded by roughly 450 renewable energy sources. My power coming down? No. You talk about the road network with infrastructure out here at the mine, most of that would be internal. I don't think we will win that argument in a conversation in a court of law. $6 million, correct me if I'm wrong, General Manager or Councillor Jones, was roughly what Council negotiated for our road network with the Coopers Gap wind farm. I believe a little bit over. I've made the comment, in my opinion, with renewables going on in the western side of our shire, and our Premier happened to get up and state that it was going to be the biggest one in the southeastern corner or southern hemisphere, $770 million spend. That's been cut back already. In my opinion, if that was the case, $770 million was the spend on that renewable. Was to be the biggest one. Within 2 weeks, it was trumped with one down in Warwick. $6 million for road infrastructure up at the Coopers Gap one, not enough. With the kilometres that's going to be accessed, with the proposal that's going on in our region, $770 million project. I'll throw a figure there. We talk 25% rate increases on some of our industries here. 10% of that, $77 million on Arcs Manager Man. Would that be enough to help fix our road network when it gets smashed a bit with renewables? Only last week, another conversation I'd had out in the middle of the paddock was another $550 million proposition. There's another 55, in my opinion, just my opinion, $77 million should be put towards road infrastructure, and another 55 if another one goes ahead, and the list continues to go on. Have renewables right here on the edge of our town that's created some angst. Where do we get that revenue when our coal mine shuts down? And that's going to happen, and before we know it, it's just around the corner. We're in 2023, it's projected to be 35, is that correct? But they want to bring that forward. There's conversation about when that might be. They'll drag it out a little bit, they'll cut it a little bit short. Where's that revenue going to come from then? Because there'll be no jobs. There will be no jobs in renewables. Now, as much as everyone wants to pussyfoot around and say how wonderful they are, in 20 years' time, we will be the graveyard of renewables here. I've said to you, Mr. Mayor, they can't come to us and tell us what's going to happen 20 years' time. It's all honky-dory at the moment. But miraculously, our power bills continue to escalate. Unbelievable. So we're left holding the baby. The governments, local, state, federal, just keep throwing it at us to look at. So how do we generate that? Your proposal of 2%, Mr. Mayor, that's all well and good. And I'll say it again, I said it at the start of the meeting this morning. My concern 3 years ago was where do we leave councils 5 years down the track, 10 years down the track with the ability to raise revenue? It will be that. It will be a 10 and 15% rate rises. We've experienced that before. I myself, as a primary producer, asked the guys out there, Holy Ghost, they were bouncing off the walls. In 2 years, I had a 24% rate increase, along with many others, years ago. Values of our property are a wonderful thing, but they can come back and bite you on the bum as well. I don't know the sustainability. Without our staff, we won't have a council. Simple as that. You talk, Councillor Erkins, of the morale out there. If we take another 10 utes, $300,000, which is trying to eliminate this $247,000 shortfall, conversation already is we can't get guys to and from work. Jobs have to wait. We have to implement or cross-hire, as I stated before, vehicles to do that job. So again, are we robbing Peter to pay Paul here? 10 more vehicles. I detest the word I, but I made a comment in our first year of council. I'm all happy to review that white fleet. Seriously happy to review white fleet. Made the comment 10 to 14 perhaps to start with. Line through 24 of them, that's great. But has it been detrimental to this organisation? I believe so. We take another 10 out of that, things will grind to a halt. I'll tell you now, they will grind to a halt and people will say, I haven't seen a council ute on the road, nothing's happening. Yes, I understand, Mayor, when people say they say 6 utes behind one another travelling back, they might have come from 4 or 5 different jobs. I saw it in Waroolan the other day. We're doing some major work there on the toilet block in Waroolan. They might come from different places to gather to there and then traverse the highway back to Kingaroy. We won't see vehicles on the road. Another 10 out of our fleet. I feel for the staff. I feel for the efficiency of jobs that have to be done. I'm not sure. It leaves me bewildered as to where we go. But the ability for us to raise revenue will come back to the next term and the term after that, where rate rises, you will see, oh, hang on a minute, we better implement an 8 or a 10% rate rise. All our costs of everything are escalating, as you've said, Mayor. 10, 20, 30%. We all know that. We all know that. If you're in business, you've got to become as efficient as you possibly can to survive, which this council has worked hard to do. Seriously hard to do. Is there room to move? Without a doubt. There'll be somewhere we can go at some stage, I'm sure. Hence is why the staff have worked very diligently and hard, and we've been sitting here crunching numbers for a long time, as we do each year. I applaud your suggestion of the 2%, Mr. Mayor, but I seriously fear where it's going to leave this council. My decision on that, I struggle with it, and I mean, knock me down with a feather. We will get crucified no matter which way we go as a council here. I stated before, I am a serious rate payer. I pay a lot of money in rates. Happy to do so if I can get a grader out in my neck of the woods or infrastructure improved somewhere around our region. That's what you pay rates for. So, yeah, again, Mr. Mayor, applaud your suggestion at 2%. I struggle with it. When we see the figures here, we're losing $247,000. And to find that, what do? We shut Vic Centres, we shut the Coolabunya sale yards. We can find it. We can find it. But do people want to give it up? No, they don't. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, councillor. Look, you're absolutely right. My concern is here, council, that we are going down a path here where government is going to be imposing, federal and state government is going to be imposing renewable energy assets on regional Queensland. Regional Queensland is going to be doing the heavy lifting. People can sit in the main street of Brisbane and feel all cosy and comfortable that they've got lovely, clean, green energy coming into their homes. I'll put this to you. How would they feel if we put wind towers and solar panels over some of their beautiful parks in suburban Brisbane or the Gold Coast? But oh no, we're supposed to lay down in here in regional Queensland, us rural Queenslanders, we just cop it on the chin again, build your power, all your power generation assets out here in regional Queensland, walk away, leave no jobs. Everyone feels nice and comfortable in the cities and on the coast. We're meeting our net zero emission by 2038. Yep, our zero target by 2038. That's all great. But think about the impact it's going to have on this council. The impact on this council is this, that we are going to have to shift the burden of maintaining our roads and our bridges to our ratepayers. That means that parents, grandparents, uncles and aunties, pensioners in our community and the farmers will be paying to subsidise the burden on our road network. The pensioners, the farmers, the low-income workers that work over here at the peanut silos are going to be paying extra rates so that we can maintain our roads to carry all the service industries, all the other traffic, all the construction that goes on our road network. And I know that $190,000 sounds like a lot of money, but I don't think our General Manager Meehan will get much work done if he's got to rebuild a pavement or resurface a sealed road with $190,000. I would suggest to you that $190,000 might do a couple of kilometres, I don't even think it'll do a kilometre, of pavement rebuild and resealing. We spend millions in maintaining our local roads. $190,000, really? And then we look at other heavy industry and the impact it's having on our road network. And I'm sorry, but the truth is, and I'm sure any forensic accounting study of this would show, that heavy industry in this region is being subsidised by the ratepayers, by the pensioners, by the farmers, by the mums and dads, and that's going to get worse as renewable energy gets rolled out. So at some point we've got to take a stance and say we're no longer going to allow heavy industry to be subsidised by our local mums and dads who are struggling to pay their costs of living. At some point we've got to cross that bridge and address this issue, because it's going to get worse, mark my words. As to the expenditure side of the budget and where we find the 240,000 savings, I think, as Mr CEO said, we can leave that when we get to that part of the budget. But at this point in time, I'm simply wanting to say, council, let's be brave and say, righto, it's time that heavy industry started to pay its way and power generation started to pay its way, because it's a bridge we're going to have to cross. Otherwise, people in the city will be all happy and lovely, while people out here are paying high rates for us to maintain roads that are being smashed apart by heavy industry, including power generation. Councillor Erkins.
Mr Mayor, just to follow up, just while I'm waiting for that, but to follow up when you said about the renewable energy, one of the motions, and I think Councillor Potter will confirm, one of the motions down in Canberra was that at the places where there were renewable energy, there was a motion that those companies should contribute to the local regions, and there was some debate against it, and the ones debating against it were those in the city areas. You know, they spoke very passionately against the fact that they wanted, we needed renewable energy, and they didn't see the need for those companies to be contributing to their local economies.
Thank you, Councillor. General Manager.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. I'm just responding to the question by Councillor Erkins there about the 2.5% increase, and this is still identifying the proposed increase for your coal mines and your power generation, so that's included. So that would leave us with a shortfall of 116,000 as opposed to the 247,000, Councillor.
Councillor Potter.
Yeah, actually, it was probably just a bit of a follow-on with Councillor Erkin's question about the 2.5, and I'm very, very sorry through you, Mr Mayor, to GM Jarvis and Manager Kerry. My thought was that I wouldn't mind knowing what the 2.65 was going to be like. Sorry, I just thought by cutting down the 1%, Mr Mayor, I mean, I don't know if you're willing to do that, but, you know, maybe that's something we could look at as well, and just cutting the 1% down.
Thanks, Councillor Potter. And can I say, Manager Carey, through you, General Manager Jarvis, all of those highly complicated spreadsheets that you use to do these calculations are tremendous. So thank you for the wonderful work you do in constantly informing us on as we move through this difficult space. So thank you, Kerry. We'll leave that one with you. While Kerry's doing that, any further points of view, concerns, questions? Continue the discussion. Councillor Duff.
Just my point of view is that, as I said before about finding savings, I think that we need to be able to find those savings. I'm keen to support the 2% and then find the $247,000 worth of savings, because I think that we can do better than what the livability found, 153,000. I think that somewhere in the whole of our operational budget, without cutting costs, that there should be some operational savings. So I'm keen to go with the Mayor's original motion.
Okay. Anything further while we wait for General Manager Jarvis? Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, Kerry's punched those figures in. The 2.65%, again, including the proposed coal mines and power, would leave us with a shortfall of $76,495.
Thank you, General Manager and Manager. Thank you. Councillor Shoemaker.
Just one last question before we go back to the debate from me. Just our previous rate increases, we've thrown so many numbers around here today. I just want to confirm, in the previous budgets council set down, the first one was 0. The next one, 1.75. 1. Can I just, yeah, can you confirm those for me, Kerry? So we went 0.
Yeah.
0% for rural last year.
First year was 0 for rural.
And then 1.75 last year. So it was 0% first year, 1% and 0% for rural the second year, and 1.7% on general rates, 7.5% last year on general rates. And so we had modelled 3.6% against CPI, which at the time was 7.8%. We got that right? So we felt, so we come to the agreement, 3.65% was almost, well, basically half of CPI at that time. Yep, okay, thank you.
Councillor Potter. Okay, so I think the last figure was 2.65, 76,495 was the last figure. Okay, so Mr. Chair, we'll have to open up standing orders again.
Mayor, my apologies, I forgot my button. Procedural resolution to resume standing orders, please.
Do we have a motion, procedural motion to resume standing orders? Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Erkins. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. So go back into the standing orders. Now that we've reset the standing orders, Mr. CEO, can we now do the normal rounds? Everyone gets one opportunity to speak, and then normal rules apply. Okay. Further speakers. Councillor Duff.
So thank you. I support the Mayor's amendment to this particular adoption of the differential general rates, because there's a number of reasons, but one is because the reason why we have tried to keep the rates down in this term of council, particularly we started with a 0 and then 1.75, was it 1.75 last year, was because we came off a very high rate base, and the mayor, in my opinion, was elected on a mandate to get some efficiencies and cut the rates back, because I remember when we had the election, the people were paying their rates and voting at the same time. And I think that was a vote for our community cannot continue to keep paying these rates. So the reason why we have particularly tried to keep the rates back, and why I'm suggesting to support the mayor, is because we have, if you look at benchmarking, we are right up there with rates. So this is our charter, and in my opinion, we need to find efficiencies. I think that 247,000, we should be able to find that in our operational budget without cutting services. And since amalgamation, certainly the rates have gone up. It was supposed to be, amalgamation was meant to be the silver bullet to help rate payers across our region by economy of scale, but it's actually been the opposite. It's actually cost a fortune to have an amalgamated council. And so it's a tough gig. And I think that what we need to do is to try and get those rates back as much as we can, and squeeze more operational savings in that operational section. And I think that 247,000 is not a big ask in the next quarter review. So I'm supporting the Mayor's amendment. Thank you.
Okay, further speakers? Councillor Erkins.
I think I would be more comfortable if it was a 2.65% rise. I think 250,000 is a lot to find in our operational budget. I think that $76,000 I think we could live with. And I hear what's said about how the rates were held down to 0% and 1%, but realistically, to a ratepayer who is struggling to find that money, who is struggling with extra power bills, extra fuel bills, food increases, and I do know that when I was on the other side, that, I did constantly say in households, they don't have the opportunity to just go out and get money. They have to cut their budget and work within it. So, I still am thinking from that side when I say that our community are struggling. You only have to go, and I know I use the Facebook a lot, but there are people on there every day asking people, if anyone's clearing out their cupboard, they're short on food. We do have a community who are struggling, and I know that all of us here came into council with the aim of helping our community. I honestly, Mr. Mayor, I don't know if you would consider that 2.65, because I think that would be easier for councillors possibly to live with. It's giving the increase, and I mean the cost of living's gone up, so the CPI's gone up, so we, council are having to pay all those extra things. Things are going to suffer, we all know that, but I would prefer to see maybe a road not get graded this time, or some small thing that I know if you live on that road is not a small thing. But I just believe that our community are struggling, and I don't think comparing us with other regions and what other regions pay, that's like me saying if I was a real estate agent in Brisbane, I'd make a lot more money when I sold a house. I mean, I live here, and this is where we have to look after. We're councillors representing our region. We have a very low socioeconomic ratepayers, and I just believe that we do need to look after those. I don't know that I can support the 2% because I do believe that we're putting our council under undue pressure. I believe that, as I said, I could live with 2.65. I don't know, Mr. Mayor, whether you would be prepared to consider that, but I believe that would be a more realistic figure.
Thank you, councillor. Further speakers? Okay, councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Often we hear that our rates are higher than other areas. So in modelling the rates increases we proposed, we undertook a comparison of Category 3 councils. We looked at Cassowary Coast, Central Highlands, Gympie, Isaac, Livingston, Lockyer Valley, Maranoa, Noosa, Scenic Rim, South Burnett, Southern Downs, Tablelands, Western Downs and the Whitsundays. For general rates only, South Burnett towns average $1,274 and are below the group average of $1,328. We are all very aware of the levels of socio-economic disadvantage in our region. And in 2020-21, we provided $813,000 worth of relief to our pensioners. We have spent hours discussing rates in this chamber, discussing this very proposal, and we have focused on strategies to gradually increase revenue from heavy industry, renewables, mining and power generation. And I believe these strategies are worthy of further work into the future years. The reality is our electricity bills will also double in the next 5 years. Cost of fuel is rising and we still have fleet to fuel, graders, mowers. Cost of living pressures are hurting us too. My concern is that we will need to catch this up because we know firsthand that state and federal government funding isn't going to fill this gap for us. We have consecutively offered 0%, 1% increase with a 0% for rural ratepayers the following year and 1.75% last year. We have been modest, we have been frugal, and we have challenged every dollar. We have modelled so many assumptions. We have workshopped this proposal, discussed it in previous budget committee meetings, and at that time we were concerned that we did not have cause to substantiate a 25% increase in one category. We were concerned that we would end up in a court trying to substantiate that increase in 1 year. Western Downs have increased their general rate by 4.5% this year. Gympie 4.77%, Toowoomba went up by 4%. I'm concerned about how we can substantiate a 25% increase for the power station and mine category. I believe the 25% will be challenged in a court of law and seen as unreasonable, and I believe it will cost us money in legal fees. As Councillor Duff would know, previous councils had the exact same challenge about the exact same issue, and it cost thousands of dollars. We will not be able to continue to make up the shortfall. I cannot put our council under this level of financial pressure. I feel it is irresponsible. I feel the 3.65% is reasonable. And I feel that if we don't agree to the 3.65%, which is a recommendation that we all agreed on here in the many committee meetings that we've had, that we will continue to struggle in future years beyond our capacity to make this up. I cannot support as much as I want to anything, any decision like this that we're going to make on the fly. So I'm not supportive of the motion.
Okay. Who has had a chance to speak? Okay. All right. Well, I'll go closing comments to cease the debate, and then we'll go to the vote. I've heard conversation here about courts. I, as one councillor, will not shy away from standing up for the community at the risk of corporate court action. If the big corporates want to threaten us with court action, go ahead, but I will stand by the oath that I took to represent the people of this region, and yes, to manage the assets financially and sustainably. And I believe that a forensic study into the rates that we receive from heavy industry compared to the impact that they place on our road network and the current cost of renewing that road network for what we receive from these corporate organisations, that the burden on our infrastructure is such that we are not recovering the rates to cover the cost of that. And I'll be very surprised if the court was to seek that information if that wasn't exactly what was shown. So I'm not going to be scared off by court action. I'm going to stand up for the people of this region and say that I don't believe that the ratepayers of the South Burnett, the mums and dads who are struggling with cost of living pressures, should have to subsidise heavy industry, and that this is only going to get worse as these renewable energy power production programs get rolled out across our region. Where does this end in terms of ratepayers having to cover that? That's my first discussion point. Secondly, when I came into this council, I did feel that previous councils had elevated us to a rate base, to a starting point, that for our particular community, that for the demographic of our community, and I had this discussion with people in this room before I came into council about this very topic. Our community was hurting then with the rates in our region. And I know we can compare to the other Category 3 councils, which include all sorts of other regions, including some of the coasts and Noosa and places, and Gympie and others, and Southern Downs and Western Downs. But let's not forget our demographic. 60% of our people, 60% of our people are in the most disadvantaged group in this country. Let's not forget that we have one of the highest percentages of pensioners in our region of any LGA in the country. Let's not forget that our farmers are struggling with upcoming drought. And beside that, they've got to deal with, and what we didn't know when we had our budget committee meetings, and what I didn't know is we had a 25% electricity rise coming our way, which we've only learnt about in the last 2 or 3 weeks since the Queensland government announced it. I believe the landscape's changed since then. I believe that we need to start recovering based on the burden on our assets, and I stay firm on the 2%, commend it to the committee. I don't think it's irresponsible, and I believe that if we work with our executive leadership team over the first quarter, we can find the $247,000 in savings without impacting on any services, which is what I don't want to see, without impacting on any services that our council provides to our community. I'd seek the support of the council for this amendment. Let's go to the vote. Those in favour? Councillor Duff and Councillor Otto. Those against? Councillor Shoemaker, Erkins, Jones, Potter and Henshin. So the amendment's been defeated. So on that basis, Mr CEO, we go back to the original motion, and I believe we had a mover and seconder there, Kimberley. So that was moved by Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Jones. We reinstigate the debate on the original motion. Resume where we picked up. Okay, Councillor Erkins. Back to the original motion. Thank you.
I'm just asking whether an amendment could be moved to that the previous amendment go with the same but make that 2.65%. I don't know if that's can't do it.
Mr. CEO. Sorry.
Yeah, no, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, you could. As far as, so that one was lost, it's substantially the same, so a councillor could move a further amendment to it, so it's certainly in that scope. So if it's a procedural question, yes, an amendment could be made to the current current motion.
So on the 2%, if that is changed to 2.65 and the rest to remain the same.
You're moving that as an amendment to the motion, Councillor Erkins. Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Seconder? No. No seconder? Okay, so the motion lapses for want of a seconder. Okay, so we come back. Thank you, Councillor Erkins. So we'll come back to the original motion. Okay, speakers. Councillor Potter, thank you.
Mr Mayor, can I move a procedural motion? We've had so much debate on this at the moment. Can I move a procedural motion that we put it to vote?
Okay, the procedural motion has now been moved. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Jones. Okay, those in favour? Okay, those in favour, Councillor Jones, Potter, Henshin and anyone else? No, we have 3 votes. Those against? Okay. Those against? Sorry, Kimberly, we'll just wait for you. Okay, so that's been defeated 3 votes to 4, with Councillor Jones, Potter and Henshin voting for, other councillors, 4 councillors voting against. Thank you, Kimberly. Okay, let's continue the debate. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to clarify a few things before we go to the vote. Rates are a form of property tax levied by council to fund local infrastructure and services now, today and into the future. I certainly am not afraid of looking at new options, adjusting the way we do things, leaning in, seeing how we can save. We have done just that. But I believe that we need to make responsible decisions. We need to consider the future of our region, and we need to ensure that our people have the access to the services and the infrastructure that they need. And the only way we are ever going to shift the metrics of our CFA index, of our levels of socioeconomic disadvantage, is by growing our region. And the only way we are going to grow our region is by providing services that support the livability of our community, that encourage people to want to come and live in the South Burnett, to call the South Burnett home. And unfortunately, those are the first things we cut from the budget, because we have an extensive road network to maintain, because we have over $1 billion worth of assets to maintain and renew. I think we can't afford to do that anymore. I think we need to focus on growing our population, trying to find ways to lift ourselves out of this situation. We have this year added a renewable energy category. We have, for the first time, we are actually going to rate wind farms and solar farms. That will go a long way. And there is much more work that needs to be done in that regard. We have, since the commencement of this term, tried very hard to smooth out some of those enormous increases that many felt at the amalgamation of councils. We have worked very hard to set rates that are reasonable for the level of service that we provide our community. I would like to see, and I would like to be part of a council that actually works together positively to achieve these things. I would like to see ourselves lift ourselves up from the dark place that we currently sit within and actually think about what could be. And I would absolutely like to see us grow our population and grow our region. And we cannot do that. We absolutely cannot do that if we do not accept this very challenge, which is accepting that rates are a property tax and that everybody users pay. I really want to work with the team. I think this is a modest increase in line of the increases that we are actually going to experience to our materials and services over the next 12 months, 18 months, 2 years, 5 years. And I want to set up this council, I want to leave this council better than the way I found it. So I'm supportive of the 3.65% increase because I know that we absolutely have left no stone unturned in terms of determining that. And I think in the broad sense of things, it is reasonable and I can justify it to the community.
Who was next? Councillor Erkins?
Again, I'll say I'm a little disappointed that we're having this discussion now at the last minute. I hear what Councillor Shoemaker says about lifting our area. However, in lifting an area, you can't forget those that are lower paid, those that are on pensions. When I looked quickly at the income for Noosa, which was one of the councils that were compared with us in the level 3, the income of an individual person in Noosa average is $617. In Nanango, which is my division, it's $473. So to try and compare rates with what someone's paying in Noosa and rates with someone's paying in Nanango, you know, I just don't get that. I understand that by growing our region, but there are, you know, Nanango is not growing. In the time since amalgamation, we have lost heaps of services. So, you know, you may say encourage people to move in, but there is not a lot in some of our smaller towns that encourage people to move into them. As I said, and we spoke earlier about the rating categories, which has already gone past. However, to come back to that, you know, what we have done here as a council is if you live in a residential house across the region, everyone pays the same rates. You know, we've made it all equal, but our region is not equal. I have said before, if you live in Nanango and you want to buy a dressing gown and a pair of slippers because it's cold, if you don't have transport to drive yourself to Kingaroy, you're out of luck because you can't buy a dressing gown and a pair of slippers in Nanango. So, you know, the residents in our area, in my division, they cannot be compared with someone who lives in Noosa. The income is nowhere near someone who lives in Noosa. As I said, I'm I'm torn between the fact that we're having this discussion now. I just wish we could have had this discussion earlier. We could have come back, there could have been debate on it earlier, because I really don't know whether I'm supporting the motion or I'm against the motion. I understand that we do need to have an increase in our rates. I believe the 3.65 is going to make my community struggle, and they are going to struggle. I live in a community where people cannot afford to put heaters on to heat themselves, and as we all know, it's been very, very cold these last few days. I live in an area where people shop at the food bank because they can't afford to go to the supermarket in town to buy their groceries. So while I do understand that as a council, as a board operating that we need to have an income come in, I also come back to the fact that, as I said before, most householders or most businesses, they work their budget to their income. And what we do, we work our budget and then we try and get our income in. To me, that is not the right way to go about it. So, you know, that's probably all I've got to say on the matter. Thank you for your time.
Councillor Potter.
Thank you. With cost to council being over 30% on some of our infrastructure components, the prices of polypipe going up, we don't know where we will be as a council in 3 months' time. We don't know where we'll be at the end of that first quarter. So if we don't do this, things could get a lot worse for us as a council. CPI increase is 7.4. We don't know what they're going to be next year. We don't know, we can't read the future. So we've just got to make sure that we are prepared as a council, that we are ready for these things when they come. And I'm afraid that if we don't do this, we are actually setting the next council up for failure. And that is one of my biggest fears, is setting the next council up for a failure. I know we have people in our community that are struggling. Believe me, I know, because they speak to me quite a bit. And it does tug at your heartstrings, but, we as a council are struggling, and, if we fall apart, we can't help them. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I'm not going to support the 3.65% increase because of the reasons I've already articulated. I was disappointed that we couldn't have had the support of the Mayor's motion to do the 2% because as I said before, we could find, I believe, in our operational budget, $247,000 worth of savings. The community are hurting. There's all these increases coming, 60% most disadvantaged group in the South Burnett. We've got pensioners, as Councillor Erkin said, struggling. And the other thing is, when people go to pay their rates, the businesses suffer too, because the businesses notice, and Councillor Erkins is nodding ahead, because businesses notice that during that period, they're not getting any trade because people can't, they're struggling to pay their rates. So it's okay to say grow our region, but when our ratepayers are on their knees trying to pay the rates because I believe we need to find efficiencies, but we need it's a balancing act. But part of that is to actually try and get efficiencies and bring our rates back so that they're affordable for our particular community. So I'm voting against this motion. Thank you.
Okay. So I think this is, we have spent time here. It is a good debate. I will acknowledge that, the 2%, I hadn't raised it previously, but the other elements have certainly been raised in committee meetings. I've raised the issue, Councillor, and I think we've all discussed it. I think we're all pretty well on board with the fact that we need to look at more creative ways of raising revenue, whether that be growing our tourist numbers at our dams, whether that be moving the burden to where the costs are being incurred. I think we've had good discussions about moving, that burden to heavy industry. Heavy industry does provide a big burden. We've talked about the fact that I think we had this conversation here some weeks ago about, what does one truck that comes in and out of a farm property half a dozen times a year or a dozen times a year to go to the sale yards have an impact on our roads compared to the big heavy trucks that we have moving through our heavy industrial sector. And our heavy industrial sector does include, the renewable sector. It includes coal mines. It includes power station. It includes other heavy industries that I don't believe a proper study would demonstrate are paying their way in terms of the infrastructure on a road network that is deteriorating, that needs major expense incurred, that is becoming much, much more costly to renew with the cost of materials. And, we talk about setting up future councils for failure, Councillor Potter. But if we don't move the rates burden to where it should be, to those that are costing council in terms of the impact on infrastructure, we are going to set our community up for failure. because we have got people across this community, and we all know it, who are struggling. We've got heavy industry smashing our roads to bits, not covering the cost of that. We've got our ratepayers cross-subsidising it, the mums and dads. And since the last time we met, we did an analysis of all the rate rises. I think Councillor Potter and Councillor Erkins wanted to see, what will the average household have to pay extra if we go ahead and put the rates up and the water and the sewerage, etc. And after that meeting, I went out and I've talked around, I've gone out to the community and I've talked to some of my neighbours in Kingaroy who are young parents. Their interest rate on their home loan has gone from 2% to 6.5% in 12 months. Now they've got a $300,000 home loan. Now that means that their interest is an extra $1,000 a month. These guys work in a factory where they earn $40,000 a year each. That's their take-home salary. Can you believe that? Where do they find 12 grand now? Another interest rate apparently is on the way. Another interest rate rise coming soon. We've had 12 interest rate rises since we did our last budget. 12. We've had insurance. The insurance on my assets has doubled in the last 3 years. Go to Woolies and buy a trolley full of groceries and see what you get now for $300. Or to IGA for that matter, or to Coles or any other supermarket, not selecting out Woolies. And then turn around and wait for your power bill. Now, when we met last, I was reasonably comfortable with 3.65%. But since then, we've had more mortgage rises. Since then, the government's now come out and said, oh, and by the way, your power's going up 25%, everybody. And the other thing I would say to you is that since then, I have realised from what we're hearing that the drought is going to bite. And it's going to bite hard over the next 6 months as we come into our beef production season, we come into our cropping program for our summer crops. I've got farmers out there streaming into my office saying, Brett, we may not put in a summer crop this year. And we don't know how we're going to pay the bank because guess what? My farm overdraft has now gone from 6% to 11%. This is what our community is suffering with. And I believe it is incumbent on us to make sure that heavy industry is paying their way and not being cross-subsidised. I believe that we should be trying to do everything we can to ease the burden on our ratepayers without impacting on services. And I stick to my guns that that is achievable with the 2%. If we work smarter, we can achieve that. So unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to support this at this point in time. Councillor Potter, right of reply to wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Don't get me wrong, Mr Mayor, there were actually elements of yours that I agreed with, and I'm more than happy to start some of these budget conversations straight after we finish this budget next term. You know, with regards to interest rates, I'd really love to know where those people that you were saying are only up to 6%, because my interest rate on my house has actually gone up over 7% in the last couple of days. So I really want that number. But look, this is something that, this is a very emotive subject for all of us. It's a really hard decision. And this is not an easy decision for us to make as a council, but we really do have to look at the future of council and where we stand as a council, and hopefully we can stand together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Let's go to the vote. Those in favour? Okay. Kimberley, we've got that. Councillors in favour? Okay. And those against? Noted. So the motion has been carried, 5 votes to 2. Thank you, Council. Okay. Shall we continue? Not quite 12:30. So the next item on the agenda, Council, is the actual minimum general rate for 23-24, which is at page 83, where the recommendation is that in accordance with Section 94 of the Local Government Act 2009 and Section 77 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the minimum general rate to be made and levied for the year ending 30 June 2024 for each differential general rate category is as follows. And Council, that's presented on pages 83 and 84. Do we have a mover? Councillor Henson, seconder. Councillor Duff, thank you, councillors. Speakers? No? Go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Next item is 7.9, averaging land valuations 23-24 at 85. Recommendation is that from the committee that pursuant to section 74 and 76 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, for the purpose of making and levying differential general rates for the 23-24 financial year, the rateable value of land is the 3-year averaged value of land. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, seconded Councillor Shoemaker. Speakers, Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to note that certainly in the 40-odd pages of rates, detailed rates assessment that we did undertake, it's stated in there that land in the South Burnett Regional Council, as we know, was revalued in the 22-23 financial year, and there was a considerable variation in the valuation changes across rating sectors, towns and individual rating categories. You know, my hometown of Blackbutt has experienced the highest valuation increase of 46% in total. And at the time of those increases, our council met with the department and challenged these valuations that I believe were undertaken in the midst of the chaos of COVID and the unprecedented sale of property in our region. Council resolved to utilise the 3-year averaging for implementing these valuations. The 23-24 year, my apologies, the 23-24 year is the second year of the averaging process. The average value is calculated from the 21 valuation plus the new valuations for 22 and 23. As we're in the second year of averaging, 23-24 will be the second of 3 years of valuation averaging adopted in our 22-23 budget. On average, valuations have increased by 19%. And I'm very mindful that the 3-year averaging slows the average increase to 6.3% per year rather than the full 19% in 1 year. To maintain the same levy, the rate in the dollar has been reduced if the valuation has been increased. And this calculation has occurred for each different category. I just wanted to make our community aware that our council has done all that it can to alleviate the burden of those high valuations we all experienced at the end in the early part of our term. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm fully supportive of the motion to continue with the averaging.
Further speakers? To the vote, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 7.10, special charge rural fire brigades at 87, where the recommendation is that pursuant to section 94 of the Local Government Act 2009 and section 94 of the Local Government Regulation 2012 and section 128A of the Fire Emergency Services Act 1990, council make and levy a special charge to be known as the Rural Fire Levy Special Charge of $25 per rateable assessment on all rateable land within the region to which the overall plan applies. That also attracts a Class E emergency management levy pursuant to Part 3 of the Fire and Emergency Services Regulation 2011 to fund the operations of the rural fire brigades that operate throughout the rural areas of the South Burnett region, and that the overall plan for the Rural Fire Levy Special Charge is as follows. The rateable land to which the plan applies is all rateable land within the region other than rateable land that is liable to pay an urban district fire levy pursuant to section 107 of the Fire and Emergency Services Act 1990. The service, facility or activity for which the plan is made is the ongoing provision and maintenance of rural firefighting equipment for the rural fire brigades that operate throughout the rural areas of the region. The time for implementing the overall plan is 1 year commencing 1 July 2023 and ending 30 June 2024. The estimated cost of implementing the overall plan for the 2023-24 year is $219,450, and the level of contribution each brigade receives will be decided by the local area Rural Fire Services Committee. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, seconded Councillor Henson. Speakers, Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to say a big shout out to our rural fire brigades. They keep our communities safe. The special charge is a charge that goes on those properties that benefit from the rural by brigades, and then there's a committee that works out the budgets to put back, and I know that everybody values the brigades and that they contribute that $25, but it does go back to the brigade. So I just think it's wonderful what the brigades do, and I just want to give a big shout out to all the rural fire brigades. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Henson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor, through you. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Duff. That's exactly right. Just there on section 2, and I believe it should be E, not A, where the level of contribution each brigade receives will be decided by the local area rural fire brigade committee, service committee. Let me tell you, as part of a local fire brigade, anything that you receive, and especially these levies that we receive back, is greatly appreciated. So, yeah, well done.
Okay, if there's no further speakers, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 711, Special Charge Annual Implementation Plan, Road Maintenance, Wattle Grove Road Quarry, 2324 at page 89. Recommendation is that pursuant to Section 94 of the Local Government Act 2009 and Section 94 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, 1, Council make and levy a special charge to be known as the Kingaroy Quarry Supplies Wattle Grove Road Special Charge of $9,139 on land described as Lot 459 on FY 1925 and situated at 1304 Wattle Grove Road, Wattle Grove, to fund road maintenance and reconstruction costs associated with the operation of the extractive industry operation at the site. And 2, that Council adopts the annual implementation plan and the proposed special charge for 23-24 financial year pursuant to the revenue policy 2023/2024 and the revenue statement 2023/2024. Do we have a mover? Councillor Jones, seconded Councillor Potter. Thank you. Speakers? To the vote, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 712, Special Charge Annual Implementation Plan, Road Maintenance, Tim Dwyer Road Quarry, 2324 at 93. Recommendation there, Council, is that pursuant to Section 94 of the Local Government Act 2009 and Section 94 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, 1, Council does not levy a special charge on the Tim Dwyer Road Quarry situated on land described as Lot 169 on CSH 697 or 79 Tim Dwyer Road, Eastern Ango, in the 2023-2024 financial year, as the quarry has not commenced significant operations. And 2, that Council adopts the annual implementation plan for the 2023/2024 financial year pursuant to the revenue policy 2023-2024 and the revenue statement 2023-2024. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, a seconder? Councillor Henson, thank you. Speakers? Councillor Erkins.
Can I just have that just explained to me a little further? Because I know that Tim Dwyer, we often have some correspondence from residents there.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor. General Meehan, thank you very much.
Through you, Mr Mayor. So what Council does each year in part of its development approvals is that we have to levy special rates or special charge based on the quarry impact on a road. So that's done through a predisposed formula as part of their development that they have to be liable for costs of the impact on their road. There's 2 charges that they're charged for. One is accelerated degradation of the asset, and one is the ongoing impact of its maintenance costs. So Council will only levy the charge when the quarry commences significant operations in line with its development approval. So, and I believe there was some discussions about this quarry a few weeks ago. Peter and I were just confirming there just a minute ago that our understanding is that quarry has not commenced significant operations in line with its development approval. So therefore, it would be we wouldn't expect Council to levy the charge at this time. However, that doesn't preclude Council from bringing down that charge as part of its revenue statement, which it's required to do. So I think there's 5 of them, Mr Mayor. We bring them down each year just for Council's references. Is this one here, and I believe it's the 7.14 and 7.15 are in the similar boat as well, so that they're not substantially operating at this point.
General Manager, thanks very much for providing that information. If the quarry does scale up and commences significant operations throughout the financial year, is Council then able if we have to incur a maintenance, if we have a maintenance plan that we've got to roll out on that road, are we able to then address this, or do we have to wait for the next budget to come around, Mr. CEO?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I may, there's also, we would have to wait for the next budget. The operational works permit has just been issued too, so the applicant will be doing works along that road work himself, so we wouldn't be moving into that space until those works are done. So if everything would go to plan, the cycle should be that this would be, and he commences, or the applicant commences operations, that would come up for next year's budget, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Councillor Erkins, you comfortable with that? Thank you. Further speakers? Go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 7.13, Council, Special Charge, Annual Implementation Plan Road Maintenance, Wilson's Road Quarry 2324, page 97. Officer's recommendation is that pursuant to Section 94 of the Local Government Act 2009 and Section 94 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, 1, Council make and levy a special charge to be known as the Gordon Brook Sand Quarry Wilson's Road Special Charge at $7,504.47 on land described as Lot 49 on B0544 and situated at Wilson's Road, Gordon Brook, to fund road maintenance and reconstruction costs associated with the operation of the extractive industry operation at the site, and 2, that Council adopts the annual implementation plan and the proposed special charge for 23-24 financial year pursuant to the Revenue Policy 23-24 and the Revenue Statement 23-24. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, thank you. Seconder? Councillor Potter, thank you. Speakers? To the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 7.14, Special Charge, Annual Implementation Plan, Road Maintenance, Burrabri Road Quarry 2324 at 100. Go to there. At the bottom of page 100, the officer's recommendation is that pursuant to Section 94 of the Local Government Act 2009 and Section 94 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, 1, Council does not levy a special charge on the Burrabri Road Quarry situated on land described as Lot 67 on B0576 or 1229 Burrabri Road, Geelong, in the 23-24 financial year, as the quarry has not commenced significant operations, and that Council adopts the annual and 2, that Council adopts the annual implementation plan and the proposed special charge for 23-24 financial year pursuant to the Revenue Policy 23-24 and the Revenue Statement 23-24. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Jones. Thank you. Speakers? Councillor Henson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just through you, probably directed to Manager Meehan. Just in relation to significant operations, how do we police that?
Through Mr. Mayor, so each year the quarry is required to report their volume to, I think it's DNRME, or they make a statutory declaration or something of that nature. So, and that's in line with their development approval of what their maximum tonnage is they can take through that quarry. So if they're conditioned through the DA, for example, say they're at 30,000 tonnes or something like that, they're calculated on what the volume of the loading that they place on that haul route based on the transport of that volume. And the way it works is that we review it each year. So if there's a significant impact on that road due to the operation of that quarry, Council's within its rights to increase its maintenance charge the following year to ensure that we're recouping in line with what the impact of that is. So it's a retrospectively reviewed, but it is a I believe it's a good system as far as, you know, if there's a impact on that road that's above and beyond what's expected, Council can review that charge the following year.
Yep, no, I appreciate that. Thank you, Manager Meehan. And I guess if there was any public commentary made, that would be taken into consideration as well.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So if there's an increase in traffic and, you know, discussion we've had this morning, we know that there'll be some supply issues with some of the projects within our region. We'll continue to work with our DA team in relation to that.
Thank you, councillor. Thank you, General Manager. Okay, so we'll go to the vote on this one. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Council, just one more special charge item on the list here before we do go for lunch. That's 7:15, which is the special charge annual implementation plan, road maintenance, Manar Road, Quarry 2324, page 103. The recommendation is that pursuant to section 94 of the Local Government Act 2009 and section 94 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, Council does not levy a special charge on the Manar Road quarry situated on land described as Lot 7 on BO 179 or 1551 Manar Road, Boondooma, in the 23-24 financial year as the quarry has not commenced significant operations, and 2, that Council adopts the annual implementation plan and the proposed special charge for 23-24 financial year pursuant to the Revenue Policy 23-24 and the Revenue Statement 23-24. Do we have a mover? Councillor Henson, seconded Councillor Jones. Speakers to the vote, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. I'd now like to move a procedural motion that we adjourn for lunch. Seconded Councillor Henson. Thank you. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay. I'd now like to move that we resume the meeting. Seconded Councillor Henson. Thank you. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. And Council, we are now up to 7:16, separate charge for community rescue and evacuation 23-24, page
Mr. Mayor?
106. Yes,
James.
yes, but before we do, sorry, I'd like to go to Councillor Erkins, who has a very special announcement for our community. Thank you, Councillor.
Do I need to stand, Mr Mayor, for this?
I think it would be lovely if you could. Thank you.
Oh, God.
You can stand up, Councillor. Oh, sorry, you are. That's okay.
I would just like to congratulate the Dead Cow Gully for the fabulous event that they've put on, where Phil Gore has just broken the world record of ultramarathon running, and he has just completed 102 laps. He has travelled, I believe he's from Western Australia, but we had competitors there from the USA, from South Africa, a number from New Zealand. I think it was around 45 started, and 102 hours, actually 103 hours later, the final Phil Gore completed lap 102, breaking a world record. So they've been on the track. He's been on the track for 103 hours. They started 7 o'clock Saturday morning. So what an absolutely fabulous job.
So, Councillor Erkins, that was in the Nango.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It was in
Well, and Nango,
Division 1.
Renango retains its reputation for being one of the distance-running ultramarathon meccas of this country, doesn't it?
We did.
A real history.
Yeah, and we did have Ron Grant was actually there, came up on the weekend, so probably a well-known ultramarathon runner. But it was an amazing event. There are others up there. Probably next Easter there'll be another race if anyone's interested in watching.
That sounds magnificent.
I had trouble walking from the car to the start line. But
Thank you for sharing, Councillor Erkins, and congratulations to everyone involved at Nanango for putting on what's a magnificent event that'll go down in history. Congratulations. Councillor Shoemaker.
Mr Mayor, just before we move on to the separate charges, I just had a motion I wanted to table in relation to special charges, if I could. That the motion, as I've drafted here, that council investigate opportunities to apply a special charge to renewable energy project proponents or associated landowners comma, similar to that applied to quarries, comma, that would enable council to put in place a road maintenance and reconstruction cost program that will enable, program for the locally owned, Kim, roads that will be impacted by the construction, maintenance, and renewal of renewable energy assets, full stop. The purpose of this investigation is to support council in setting next year's special charges. And to consider this as an option. Thank you, Kim. I'd like to move that motion.
Thank you, councillor. Just before we seek a seconder, General Manager Meehan, are you happy with the technical presentation of that motion?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, just the first line there, Kim, I think the councillor said proponent, not component, just on the end one. That's okay? Yep. PROP, mate. That's it?
Seconded, Councillor Erkins. Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Shoemaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've read the extensive reports that have provided here this year in relation to the quarries. I know we've had extensive conversations and share the concerns around how our road network will be impacted by the construction of renewable energy projects, particularly those that are constructed under state planning policy and don't actually come through our council. So there's no real opportunity to set a road agreement with these users. And I am really concerned, as I know many of my colleagues here are, that our council will be left carrying the can. I really don't know if this is an option. I know this is new territory for so many regional councils just like ours, but I think it is an option. We've done a lot of work with the quarries and other extractive industries, and I think this is an option worth investigation. Whether it bears fruit, I don't know, but I know we are grappling at straws and we are trying to find solutions to what are very difficult times looking ahead for our council. So I'm seeking your support to do an investigation, to consider whether it's something we can do under the Act. I know we've worked with the Local Government Association of Queensland and other resource councils and had discussions. I know I've sat at tables with ministers and DGs and we've talked about the needs for infrastructure in our region. The reality is that process seems rather slow, and I think we really do need to come up with something sooner rather than later, and this might be an opportunity for our council. So I guess I'm just seeking council's support to do an investigation about this.
Thank you, councillor. Before we go to further speakers, executive leadership team, through you, Mr. CEO, any feedback, any advice for council in relation to progressing this motion?
The only thing, Mr. Mayor, is if it's adopted today, we'll look at folding it into the operational plan at the next review. So it would effectively become an op-plan item.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Right, thank you, councillor. Right, okay, any speakers, further speakers? No? Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. This seems to be what I think my colleagues, I'm looking around the room, would see as a very sensible approach to us embarking on a process where we can start to identify what are the maintenance costs going to be to maintain our road network in light of the fact that we are, as Councillor Henson has articulated, going to be subject to a number of these renewable energy projects. So I'm fully supportive of this. I think it's a great concept. It's something we should pursue wholeheartedly. It's a great step towards our council stepping up and saying we are not going to allow our council or our community to carry the burden while these renewable energy companies come into our region. So fully supportive. Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Anything to close? Shall we go to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. So,
Mr. Mayor.
yes, sorry, Councillor Erkins.
Sorry, before we just vote on that, I just thought it might be an appropriate time to thank Councillor Duff for the work that she put in on with the fellow that was missing out at Proston. I think all of us appreciate that, you know, she went out there, and I know it was a pretty, you know, sad and very anxious time out there, and let's hope that, you know, he is found for his family and for himself. But I personally would like to thank Councillor Duff, and I'm sure that my fellow councillors would. So I took that.
Yes, thank you.
Well, thank you, Jane and Councillor Erkins. I'm just, yeah, it was a huge, it's been a huge effort, but all we're asking now is that the community keeps watching out, trying to find Luke, because until we get a good news story that everyone feels for Luke's mum, Sue in particular, and the family, just wanted to use this opportunity to, yeah, thank you for that. The accolades, but this is not about me. It's about the whole community effort, but also about spreading the word and trying to find Luke so that we can all rest easy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins, and thank you, Councillor Duff. And of course, also on behalf of the South Bennett Regional Community, I think as a council we would acknowledge and thank the Queensland Police Service under the leadership of Local Inspector Scott Stahlhut, and also the State Emergency Services. All did a wonderful job. So many people came across from Blackbutt, Menango, other parts of southeast Queensland to support the effort. Those people that turned up on horseback from the local community, motorbikes, four-wheelers, a wonderful effort, and it just goes to show the community spirit that's alive and well in the South Bennett. Okay, thanks again. All right, so 716, separate charge for Community Rescue and Evacuation Levy 2324 at page 106, where we have the recommendation that pursuant to Section 94 of the Local Government Act 2009 and Section 103 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, Council make and levy a separate charge to be known as the Community Rescue and Evacuation Separate Charge in the sum of $5 per rateable assessment to be levied equally on all rateable land in the region for the purpose of sponsoring the aerial emergency rescue and evacuation transport providers that service the South Bennett region. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, thank you. A seconder? Seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Henson. We'll go to Councillor Potter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As a Life Flight volunteer, I just would like to just say a couple of things here. So Life Flight do so many different things, whether it's disaster, floods, neonatal care, search and rescue, inter-facility hospital transfers, motor vehicle accidents, on-scene accidents, injuries and illnesses. But just to give you a couple of numbers here, so far this year they've done 261 missions to the South Bennett, each, and with the average cost of $25,000 per mission. So, and if you add that up, if my maths is correctly, that's over $6.5 million that they have spent in our South Bennett area. So I do not think that $5 on the rates levy is a very big deal for this one, considering they do so much for our community.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Further speakers? Shall we go to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 717, separate charge for waste management levy 2324 at 108, where the recommendation is that pursuant to Section 94 of the Local Government Act 2009 and Section 103 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, Council make and levy a separate charge to be known as the Waste Management Separate Charge in the sum of $185 per rateable assessment to be levied equally on all rateable land in the region for the purpose of 1, providing and maintaining waste facilities and services that are not met from other fees and charges collected on a user pays basis, and 2, meeting public expectations in matters of disposal of refuse that affect public health and visual amenity of the area. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, second Councillor Shoemaker. Speakers? Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Certainly looking at any of these levies, it's not an easy decision for council to propose any increase to them. However, as we have workshopped a number of times here as a council, we have some significant challenges from a waste point of view that we are staring down the barrel of. And unless we raise additional revenue, there could be sudden shocks to our ratepayers to meet state planning, or state policy around waste, and to actually meet the needs of key infrastructure like landfills, which are filling up in our region. So whilst it is always difficult to increase any of our levies or charges, the 6% increase represents a difference of $10.50 for the year, and will help us as a council to deal with the challenges we face in terms of infrastructure for our waste streams, but also the management of waste now and into the future to meet the expectations of our community and the expectations of government. So I'm supportive of the increase. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, councillor. Further speakers? No? Okay. All right. Shall we go to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 718, council, is the waste collection utility charges 2324 at 110, where the recommendation is that in accordance with Section 94 of the Local Government Act 2009 and Section 99 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, council make and levy waste management utility charges for the supply of waste management services, including the storage, collection and removal of general waste on all land and structures to which a waste management service is supplied, or in the case of rateable land which is occupied, made available by council as follows. I think we'll take this one as presented, council, because there's quite a bit of content there, and it is shown as follows on page 110, page 111 and page 112. Mr CEO, with you comfortable with we take as presented? There's a bit of detail there, so thank you very much, Mr CEO. Do we have a mover for that? Yes, Councillor Potter, mover, and a seconder, Councillor Erkins. Thank you. Speakers? Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted a question. I know that it was raised that about the recycling at the tips at the transfer stations to give rural people an opportunity to recycle. I'm just wondering, is that in our operational plan? Did that end up getting into that plan?
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. Yes, it is. I'm pretty sure it is in the operational plan. I just have to go and check. But it is something we have included in our contract renewals as an option for the contractor to actually provide those services at the at each of those facilities or anything. So yeah, we have asked for a price for that so that we can look at that. It is difficult at some of those sites to provide the recycling, given that they are unmanned. So it does come with issues. So yeah, we are putting prices together and investigating that, which will come back through council.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, that's good to hear.
Thank you, General Manager O'May. So for the community's benefit, this is the waste collection utility charge. Proposal is here 6%. For residents having a domestic waste collection of their wheelie bin, that will mean that the current $181 plus 6% would take it to $192 per annum, levied, of course, each half year. So that's $192 for the full 12 months. So half of that for the 6 months. The service across the towns and villages, again, $192. The domestic service, commercial waste, would go from $257.50 to $273. And then the Bunya Mountains Waste Facility, Waste Management Utility Charge from $218 to $231, again the 6%. The recycling bins, which council levied for the last 6 months at $35, which would be annualised at $70, would now increase by $4 per year, $2 per 6 months. So that would go from 35 up to 37. being $74 per year for the yellow lid curbside collection, which again is the 6%. Okay, any further speakers? No? We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, Councillor, the next one on the agenda is setting of wastewater utility charges. That's item 7.19 at 127, and get the recommendation up. Okay, 127, wastewater utility charges, 2324. Recommendation is that pursuant to Section 94 of the Local Government Act 2009 and Section 99 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, Council make and levy sewerage utility charges for the supply of sewerage services by the Council as follows. In respect of all lands and premises which are connected to or capable of connection to Council's reticulated sewage systems, the following utility charges be made and levied for the provision of wastewater services for the year ended 30 June 24, except for the Proston Common Effluent Disposal System. In respect of all lands and premises which are connected to Council's wastewater systems, A, for the first pedestal connected to any of Council's wastewater systems, a charge of $784 per annum per pedestal. Other than additional pedestals installed in a private residence for the sole purpose of the occupier and their family, all additional pedestals will be levied a charge of $1, $627 per annum per additional pedestal for hospital and education facilities, 2, $525 per annum per additional pedestal for all other categories. Item C, in respect of each allotment of vacant land rateable under the Local Government Act 2009, situated within the declared wastewater areas defined in Schedule A of the Revenue Statement, except for the Proston Common Effluent Disposal System, a charge of $565 per annum will apply. And item D, where any premises are not connected to Council's wastewater system, they become connected during the year, the charges under Clause A1 shall become operative from the date of connection, with proportionate rebate from that date of those made under Clause A3. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter. Seconder? Councillor Duff. Thank you, councillors. Okay, any speakers? So a bit of background here. As the report shows, this represents a 3% increase to the wastewater utility charges across those systems. So if there's no speakers, we'll go straight to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 7.20, Proston Common Effluent Disposal Utility Charges, 2324 at 129, where the recommendation there is that pursuant to Section 94 of the Local Government Act 2009 and Section 99 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, Council make and levy sewage utility charges for the supply of sewage services by the Council as follows. The following utility charges be made and levied for the provision of a common effluent disposal system for the year ended 30 June 2024. In respect of all lands and premises which are connected to Council's common effluent disposal system, A, for the first pedestal connected to the system, a charge of $462 per annum per pedestal. B, other than additional pedestals installed on a private residence for the sole use of the occupier and their family, all additional pedestals will be levied a charge of $1, $370 per annum per additional pedestal for hospital and education facilities, and $2, $310 per annum per additional pedestal for all other categories. C, where any premises not connected to the council common system become connected during the year, the charges under Clause A1 shall become operative from the date of connection and proportionate rebate from that date. A charge of $96 per annum will apply to vacant land that is capable of being connected to the system. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, and a seconder? Councillor Potter. Thank you. Speakers? To the vote, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 721, Water Supply Access Charge Methodology, 2324 at 131, where we have the recommendation put forward there. And Council, I think with the leave of the meeting, I might just put this one as presented. There's quite a bit there on page 131 and 132, but essentially the recommendation is that pursuant to section 92.4 of the Local Government Act 2009 and section 99 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, council make and levy water utility charges based on the following methodology to determine water access charges to be levied for the financial year ending the 30th of June 2024 as follows in items 1, 2, 3, 3, and we've got 3, A, B, C, D, E, F, G and H as presented on pages 131 and 132 of the public agenda. Okay, do we have a mover? Councillor Erkins, thank you. Seconder, Councillor Henson, thank you. Any speakers? Okay. Shall we go to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Council, now on to the water supply consumption charge methodology 2324 at 133. Now again here, the recommendation is that pursuant to section 94 of the Local Government Act 2009 and section 99 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, and on the basis of the principles laid down in Council's revenue statement, Council make and levy water utility consumption charges for the supply of water services as follows. The following methodology be adopted to determine water consumption charges for water consumed each 6 months during the financial year ending 30 June 2024, as presented on page 131, item 1, A, B, C, and item 2A on page 134. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, second to Councillor Erkin. Speakers? To the vote, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 723, water supply charges, 2324, page 135. And the water supply charges recommendation is that pursuant to section 94 of the Local Government Act 2009 and section 99 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, Council make and levy water utility charges set out in the table hereunder for the provision of water supply services, access charges, for the financial year ending 30 June 2024. As presented, Council, in items 1 and 2 on page 135, 2 includes 2A, B, C and D on page 136. Do we have a mover? Councillor Henson, thank you. Seconder? Councillor Potter, thank you. Noting that the proposed increase here for the water supply charge is access charge, 6% increase on both access and consumption charges, apart from high volume, which is proposed to be increased by 1%. Okay, any speakers? Right, so just for the community's benefit, so for example, where we currently have a water access charge on a 20 millimetre connection, as you can see the table, would go from $695 to $737. That's for the full year, and that of course increases as one goes up in terms of the diameter of the service across each of those different categories. And again, that represents a 6% increase, which, as we said. Then when we go to the tiers on the water supply, the per kilolitre charge would be for tier 1 on residents across the region. Towns and villages in the declared water supply service area would go from $1.75 per kilolitre to $1.86. In tier 2, $2.61 to $2.77, and for those that increase their consumption into tier 3, $3.06 to $3.24. Commercial tariffs in the second table on 136, $1.91 to $2.02 on tier 1, $2.54 to $2.69 on tier 2, and $2.83 to $3 on tier 3. And then for high volume commercial users exceeding 200,000 kilolitres per year, tier 1 up to 20,000 kilolitres from $1.82 to $1.84 per kilolitre. Tier 2 for all consumption over 20,000 kilolitres from $2.42 to $2.44, which of course, again, is the 1% for those users. Any further speakers? Shall we go to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 724 is the levy and payment of rates and charges for 23-24 at 138, where the recommendation is that pursuant to section 107 of the Local Government Regulation 2012 and section 114 of the Fire and Emergency Services Act 1990, council rates and charges and the state government's emergency management, fire and rescue levy be levied, A, for the half of the year 1 July 2023 to 31 December 2023 in August 2023, and B, for the half year 1 January 2024 to 30 June 2024, March 2024, and 2, pursuant to section 118 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the council's rates and charges and the state government's emergency management levy, fire and rescue levy be paid within 30 days of the issue of the rate notice. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, thank you. Seconder, Councillor Erkins, thank you. Any speakers? To the vote, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, 725, adoption of the discount on rates, 23-24 at page 140, where we have the recommendation there that from the committee meeting that pursuant to section 130 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the differential general rates, wastewater utility charges, water access charges, refuse collection charges, including recycling, made and levied shall be subject to an early payment discount of 10% if paid within the discount period of 30 days of the date of issue of the rate notice, provided that 1. All of the aforementioned rates and charges are paid within 30 days of the date of issue of the rate notice. 2. All other rates and charges appearing on the rate notice that are not subject to discount are paid within 30 days of the date of issue on the rate notice. And 3. All other overdue rates and charges relating to the rateable assessment are paid within 30 days of the date of issue of the rate notice. Do we have a mover? Councillor Jones, thank you. Second, Councillor Potter. Speakers? To the vote, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 726, interest on overdue rates, 23-24 at 141. Officer's recommendation is that 1, pursuant to section 133 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, compound interest on daily rests at the rate of 8.17% per annum, is to be charged on all overdue rates or charges. 2, South Burnett Regional Council determine that rates or charges will be considered as overdue for the charging of interest if they remain unpaid after 30 days from the due date of the relevant rate notice. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Henson. Speakers? Councillor Shoemaker.
I just have a question, Mr. Mayor, just in terms of that 30 days from the due date, is there any opportunity in the current economic climate to actually extend that before we start charging interest?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that would be a decision of councillor. Yes.
So there's no provision or requirement in the Act or regulation that says it must be 30 days?
No, there isn't, councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move an amendment to the motion, exactly the same as it follows. But with point 2, I'd like to propose we give 60 days. From the due date of the relevant rate notice before charging interest on the rates. I think I can take that. Sorry, Kim. I think it says that South Burnett Regional Council determined that will be considered as overdue in the charging of interest if they remain unpaid after 60 days from the due date of the relevant rate notice. Yep, thank you.
Councillor, do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Duff, thank you. Speakers, Councillor Shoemaker, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is one small thing that we may be able to actually do to help out families in our region who are grappling with those back-to-back interest rate increases and the rising cost of living. If we can commit to a longer period for them to pay for their rates without charging interest, I know it comes at risk because our team has worked so hard to keep our rates in arrears low, but I do believe it might be a small thing that we can do as a council to try to help those who are struggling in our region by giving them more time to pay their rates before we start charging interest. So certainly think in the current economic climate, it's something that our council could do to show compassion for our community, of which we are all very compassionate and very much care for our residents.
Further speakers? No further speakers? Look, I'm fully supportive of this. Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. I think it's a great idea. Give people the extra month to find the money to pay their rates. And of course, if they can't pay by the due date, just a heads up to the community that we do have a financial hardship policy where you can apply to our finance team to be considered for a payment plan under financial hardship circumstances. But we might just go to General Manager Jarvis for a quick comment before we go to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just to support the council in your decision making as well, I just thought I'd like to highlight there the decision that council has made where the Department of State Development, Infrastructure, Local Government Planning publishes the maximum interest rate that councils can charge for overdue rates and charges for the next financial year. So in May, the recommendation was that the interest be charged, a maximum be charged at 11.64% on overdue rates, and council has made this decision to stay constant with the rate that we're currently charging at 8.17%. So I just thought that the community might appreciate that.
Yeah, that's excellent. Thank you very much, General Manager. Yeah. Councillor Duff, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I'm fully supportive of this and I'm really pleased to hear that. I was going to ask the question about how we worked out that percentage of interest, but I'm pleased that it's on the lower end rather than the higher end. And as we've talked about earlier about the struggle that people are having to pay their rates, this is something that we can do to help. And generally those that are really struggling are the ones that obviously can't meet those payment deadlines. So this will be give them an extra 30 days, so that hopefully in some small way will help to take the pressure off some of those low socioeconomic people in our region. Thank you.
Okay, councillors, anyone speaking against? No? If no, should we go straight to the vote? Happy to do that? Yes? Okay, straight to the vote. Those in favour, carry unanimously. Thank you all. 7. Oh, sorry. Yes, Mr CEO. Sorry, I'm in too much of a hurry. Yes, thank you for correcting me there, Mr CEO. Amendment becomes the resolution. It's now the substantive motion, moved by Councillor Shoemaker, seconded by Councillor Duff. Further speakers? The amendment now becomes the substantive. Oh, sorry. It was Councillor Potter and Councillor Henson. Sorry. Thank you. Okay, we go to the vote on the substantive motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr CEO. Okay, now we're up to 7.27, adoption of the setting of concession on rates and charges for approved pensioners, 2324 at page 143, where the recommendation from the committee meeting is that pursuant to sections 120, 121 and 122 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, a rebate of rates be granted to all ratepayers who are pensioners and who are eligible for the Queensland Government pensioner remission. The rebate will be set at 20% of the differential general rate, sewage utility charges, water utility charges and waste/refuse utility charges, and the maximum concession granted per property shall be capped at $200 per annum. An additional concession of 50% of the waste recycling collection charge be allowed for eligible pensioners who pay for a recycling service. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, seconded Councillor Shoemaker. Speakers? Well, Councillor Duff, at 3 lights at once. You're very quick, Councillor Duff.
Just want to say how great it is that we do this concession for the pensioners, and the additional concession of the 50% of the waste recycling collection is another good news story for the pensioners. So just want to say I'm very, very supportive of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's work our way along. Councillor Erkins, and then we'll go to Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Can I just ask, so that's $200 per annum, So it's $100 per 6 months. Is that right, off the general?
Is that correct, General Manager? Yep.
Yes, yes, Mr Mayor, that's correct.
So what is, so our general, the lowest general rate at the moment, was that 13?
The general, the lowest, it went
Minimum
up to,
general.
minimum general, I think it went up to 1,200, wasn't it? Where is it? It's just, yeah, it was 900, where are we? Oh, here we go. Yeah, 1,034.
So how much, what's 20% of that?
Yeah, 230, yeah.
234.
30.
$30. So
Yes.
we're not actually giving them 20%. If we're giving them $200, maximum of $200, that's less than 20% we're giving. So
Yes, I think that's a correct assumption, isn't it? Yeah, the
So
minimum.
it is correct.
Correct, yes.
technically,
if we
but-
cap that, could I move an amendment that we cap that $200 to $250? That means they'll come in at the 20%.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Erkins. So we take that as amended. First, I'll go to our executive leadership team. Any regulatory concerns around changing it to 250? Mr CEO, through you. No regulatory prohibition on councils doing that? Yes.
Through you, Mr Mayor, no, we don't think that there are any regulatory changes because the government also gives the pensioners $200 as well. So they have a $400 discount, and that's actually the gross there that we're stating there, your minimum wage, so the minimum levy there, and that's not taking into consideration the discount either, Mr Mayor.
Mr Mayor, that's what I was just wondering if actually, maybe it's just the way it reads. So the total pensioner discount's $400. We match the government discount of $200. So our contribution of it is $200 and $200. So off your minimum rate, it'd be greater than 20% because they're getting the $400. So I'm not quite sure. We're talking about our $200, but a pensioner, so you still want to actually add
Well,
250.
Yeah, because it's really misleading. We're saying that we're giving 20% discount
with
up to $200, but no one's going to get 20% from us, from South. I understand
they're getting greater than 20% because they're getting $400.
They're getting $200 from the state government and $200 from us.
And the 200 doesn't. So the 20% is the threshold for the combined. So for the combined amount, so you get $400 or 20%, whichever is where your threshold sit. So you actually that should the maximum concession granted per property shall be capped at $200. It's actually capped at $400 because
I understand that. I understand that, but it's $200 from the South Burnett Regional Council, and 20% of the minimum rate is actually more than $200. So we're not actually giving, this council are not actually giving 20%.
We are, and I know we had this conversation before, but my mother lives in Lockyer Valley and they don't get anything. All they get is the $200 for the government. So that council gives nothing. So so with absolute respect, I don't agree with you that it's misleading because it's 20% or $400.
Well, we can agree to disagree on that. I mean, I'm happy if you leave it capped at $200, but take out the 20% because it's not 20%.
Oh, well, it's 20%. The rebate is set at 20%, and the rebate includes what they get from the government and from us. So the total rebate is capped at 20%, is set at 20%.
So if that's capped at 20%, where does it say that we are giving 200 and the state government are giving 200?
No, you can't. No, you can't.
Thank you. Understanding council rates, the Queensland State Government will subsidise 20% maximum $200 of the rates for approved pensioners by way of the rebate. Council then also offers a subsidy of 20% or a maximum of 20% $200 of the rates of the approved pensioners. So they go together, the two bits go together to make, so it could be 20% or 200 and 200, so yeah.
But it's actually, I do understand what you're saying, but it's not 20% when our rates are more, like when this was set, our rates were probably, they were probably getting 20%, but now our rates have actually gone up. Our minimum rate has gone up, probably not just this term, but it's probably just a technicality, but I think you either take, it is, am I right?
Well, and you also, depending on what category you're talking about, so like if I've got an $800 or $600 minimum rate because I'm in category X, and that's my principal place and that's where I'm applying my pensioner discount to, I'm probably running 20% or over. So you're looking at one category for where you're working out your 20%.
Okay, I'll concede that.
The concession applies to every category and it's either 20% or you get your $400.
Okay. But it's still misleading.
It's probably confusing now that you say that, and I think we maybe, because when you first started to speak, I thought, no, it's more than $200. And yeah, that's the council component. And so, yeah, that one I'll take as a point of improvement for next year for the wording.
Thank you. So I'll withdraw my amendment.
Thank you, Mr CEO. Thank you, councillor. Okay, so we've got a mover and a seconder on that one. Kimberly, any further speakers? Anything to close? No, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, let's go on then, council, to 728. Adoption of exemptions and concessions on various special, separate and utility charges 2324, page 145, where the committee has recommended to council the following. On page 146, that 1, pursuant to section 93 of the Local Government Act 2009, council provides an exemption of differential general rates and separate charges for properties as identified within the categories per the table below. 2, pursuant to sections 120, 121 and 122 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, council grants a rebate for various rates and charges for the financial year ending 30 June 2024, as identified in the table below and subject to the following. A, property owners must notify council immediately if there is a substantive change in land use for a property that is receiving a rate concession. B, applications received during the current financial year that fall within the categories below will be granted a rate concession following the passing of a resolution by council. And C, if a property has been granted a rate concession in the previous financial year, the owner will not be required to reapply to receive the rate concession for the current financial year. However, proof of ongoing eligibility will be required if requested. The table is as presented on page 146. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, second to Councillor Duff. Thank you, councillors. Speakers, Councillor Potter.
Yeah, look, as Councillor Duff would say, this is actually one of our good news stories, and I do wish that this could be its own...
But can I interject, councillor? I've made a mistake. I needed to lift it from the table first. My sincere apologies. So, council, can I please move a procedural motion? Mr. Chair, can I backtrack here? Can I move a procedural motion? I did miss that. Thank you, Kimberly, for reminding me. At the top of page 146, that the exemptions, concessions on various special, separate and utility charges 2023-24 report be lifted from the table. Can I move that? Do we have a seconder? Councillor Duff, thank you. Those in favour? Carry unanimously. The matter has now been lifted from the table. We've now got the recommendation there, items 1 and 2 with the table attached as presented. We have a mover, Councillor Potter, second to Councillor Duff. Thank you both. Now to speakers, Councillor Potter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, this is a really good news story, and things like this don't get talked about that often for what we do in our community. So I just really hope we can actually put a good media release around this one. Thank you. And newspaper, this is good news story.
Yes, and it's very easy to copy and paste the table there for our local journalists, and I'm sure that Christy will also follow up from our media team. Thank you. Okay, further speakers. Oh, sorry, Councillor Shoemaker.
You're right, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to point out, yes, you're absolutely right, Councillor Potter, and the reality is these adoption of concessions, both for our community groups but also for our pensioners, are absorbed within our budget. You know, it's not a free cost. It's not that council just writes this off. We still have to provide these services at the end of the day, and we choose to do that at a discounted rate because we know how important our community groups are to the vibrancy of our region, but we also know how important it is to take care of those most vulnerable in our community. And our community groups certainly do a lot of heavy lifting in that regard. So just want it known by the community that our rate payers still have to fund these services. They're still provided, and we're absorbing this within our budget. And it does come at an enormous cost.
Yes, indeed. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd have to say that I believe that it actually is a cost saving in many respects because we are supporting the community groups who support in most cases our assets. So they are looking after our assets, they're applying for grants for our assets. So I think that it's 100% supportive of supporting them in any way, shape or form that we can, and it's wonderful that we are giving all of these concessions, and I 100% agree that we need to do that, but we also need to acknowledge them for the wonderful work that they do to support council's assets. Thank you.
Yeah, look, just to clarify for the community, what the table does show is that if you are in one of those concession categories listed, then for all of those categories, the differential general rate and the separate rates are under the concession, then that is 100% on general rates and separate rates. Water access, sewage access and waste bin, they vary depending on the nature of the activities and the type of organisation. But as you can see there, certainly in terms of our rates, our general rates and our separate rates as such, those two specific categories, 100% rebate to all of those community groups listed on the table. So, yeah, so thank you, Council. Okay, any further speakers? Anything to close? Councillor Potter, happy with that? We'll go to the vote. Those in favour, carried unanimously. Thank you all. 729, adoption of the concession of water consumption charges, hemodialysis machines, 2324 at 147. Recommendation from the committee discussions is that pursuant to sections 120, 121 and 122 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, Council allows an annual rebate of 190 kilolitres on the water usage to any patient who qualifies for and operates a home hemodialysis machine supplied by Queensland Health. Do we have a mover? Yes, Councillor Shoemaker, seconded Councillor Potter. Thank you. Speakers, to the vote, those in favour, carried unanimously. Thank you all. 7.30, adoption of waiving minimum general rates, 2324, that's at page 148. And the recommendation from the committee is that pursuant to sections 120, 121 and 122 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, Council grants a rebate equal to the full value of the separate charges and part of the differential general rate equal to the difference between the minimum differential general rate for the appropriate category and the rate calculated using the rate in the dollar and the valuation for the properties identified hereunder. 1. Any rateable land held as a permit to occupy for water facility purposes, namely bore and pump site and associated purposes only. 2. Properties that are small parcels of land worked in conjunction with properties held in the same ownership and identified in table hereunder. 2 items there, assessment number 31384 at Hebble Drive Tablelands and assessment number 31598-1 at Bradley's Road, Warroondin. Do we have a mover? Councillor Henson, thank you. A seconder? Councillor Potter, thank you. Speakers, to the vote, those in favour, carried unanimously. Thank you all. Item 7.31, adoption of the 23-24 budget at page 150, where we have the recommendation there on page 150 that pursuant to sections 169 and 170 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, Council's budget for the 23-24 financial year incorporating 1, the statements of financial position, 2, the statements of cash flow, 3, the statements of income and expenditure, 4, the statements of changes in equity, 5, capital budget, 6, the long-term financial forecast, 7, the revenue statement, 8, the revenue policy, adopted by Council resolution on 24 May 2023, 9, the relevant measures of financial sustainability, and 10, the total value of the change expressed as a percentage in the rates and utility charges levied for the financial year compared with the rates and utility charges levied in the previous budget as tabled be adopted. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker. A seconder? Councillor Jones. Thank you. Speakers, Councillor Shoemaker. Oh, sorry, Mr. CEO.
No, that's all right. Without interrupting Councillor Shoemaker, just against the revenue statement, it will be as amended to incorporate the 60 days instead of 30. So that'll flow through to the revenue statement.
Thank you, Mr. CEO.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The federal and state governments need to trust local government, and that means appropriately funding local governments. Initial survey results from the LGAQ indicate that the cost of responsibility shifted onto councils from state and federal governments equates to almost $300 million each year. As we sit around this table, we know firsthand this cost shifting is impacting our ability to balance our books. Each line of each general ledger of this budget demonstrates that the roles and responsibilities of our council have increased over decades. At the stroke of a pen, federal and state government policy decisions are having a genuine impact on our council's ability to balance our books. Cost shifting from one government to another without funding is having a genuine impact on our council's operational budgets, and this means it's having a genuine impact on our ratepayers, the shareholders of our council. To improve the cost of living for its people, I believe both state and federal governments must provide a sustainable pipeline of grant funding for councils like us. Every year, despite our best efforts to deliver value for our ratepayers, we are at the mercy of government policy decisions. These decisions can help or hinder our capacity to deliver on the needs of our community. These decisions can help or hinder our capacity to grow our region and provide for our communities. As a team, my colleagues and our staff, we walk this line every day, deciding from the thousands of customer requests and the backlog of deficiencies in our roads network, which problems we can fix, which things are more broken, and which ones we will have to learn to live with. This is because our ratepayers cannot afford to pick up the tab that our state and federal governments are leaving behind. I can assure you every decision made that has helped compile this budget absolutely sits in the pit of your stomach, absolutely makes your heart and your head ache. Rising inflation is crippling for regional councils like us because we too must buy, consume and use materials and services. Staff and skills shortages, consecutive flood events, ageing infrastructure, red tape regulations, water security and the housing crisis are just a few of the most significant pressures our council face too. I'm grateful that our team, our council, step up to the plate every day because we love our communities, we love the South Burnett and we know our communities need our core services. So there are many non-negotiables and complexities in setting this budget. We must maintain and renew ageing infrastructure, continue to collect the rubbish bins, maintain landfills, take care of our parks and the way our towns look and feel. We must fill the potholes, we must ensure water comes out of your tap, mow acres of land and ensure that you can flush the toilet in any one of our towns. We must run baiting programs, slash the roads, respond to dog attacks, issue food licences, assess development applications, answer the phone, grade rural roads, hire out cat traps, keep our libraries open, maintain community halls, manage our salt yard, maintain our pools, maintain our cemeteries, provide at our dams and pick up waste from waste transfer stations and clean public amenities that stretch the breadth of our region. Among so many other things that we must and that we are doing today, these are non-negotiables of our budget. These are the things that if they stopped happening, our community would suffer. We also have faced a revaluation of our core assets, planned for our future infrastructure needs and spending with a focus on reducing our current debt. Despite doing all we can to reduce our operational budgets, continue to deliver and plan responsibly and keep rate rises to a minimum, the disparity between rate increases and inflation for our council is significant. Compounded by the shortfall in government funding allocations and rising construction costs, it simply means we cannot sustain our workforce or our current services without a modest increase in revenue from our ratepayers. We have benchmarked our rates and charges with councils like us to help us make these decisions, and as always, have scrutinised our spending every step of the way. We have also committed to a further service review this year to see if we can be more efficient in the delivery of the services we provide. This work continues beyond the adoption of this budget today. To be successful, we need to be the leaders our region deserves. We cannot pass the buck or lumber future councils with the mess. We must take responsibility and we must be accountable. This is hard because we are all saddled with local knowledge. We know the escalating cost of living is having a debilitating impact on every household in our region, and we need governments to do something about this. Equally, how can we possibly attract industry if we become known as the council who might pump up your rates? A move like this, a move such as what has been proposed, a 25% increase, would scare industry. Don't get me wrong, everyone expects industry to pay its fair share. However, at a time when we need industry, at a time when we need to diversify our economy, I believe we cannot become known for unpredictable rate rises for industry. We cannot live in the past, we must look to the future. We must be a council that attracts industry and business and population, and we cannot do this by limping along the same way we have this term. I also know the cost pressures our council face, and I believe we've done our absolute best to hold our budget and our operations steady while mitigating large rate increases. We've also done our absolute best in putting together a capital works program in response to our residents' request and our asset renewal priorities. We want to work with our communities to improve the livability of our region, and we want to work with governments to address the ageing infrastructure and future needs of roads, water, wastewater and waste services, because we know our ratepayers cannot do the heavy lifting alone. So in my view, while we adopt the budget today, it is a living document. The work is far from done, and I'm confident our council and our staff will continue to advocate and do our very best to manage our budget responsibly and deliver for our region in what are very difficult times. I won't and strongly believe we shouldn't play politics with our region's future. We must step up and stand together, and we must continue to do the work. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, any further speakers? Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'm voting against the budget for the again because the Mayor gave us a chance to reduce the rates to 2%, and no one listened to the Mayor, and I think this has been the problem with our whole council term. The Mayor is an accountant. He was put in on a charter of trying to reduce costs and reduce rates and get some efficiencies.
Can I just have a point of order there, Mr. Mayor, as far as Councillor Duff's comments in regards to no one listens to the Mayor? I take offence to that comment because I do listen to everybody in this chamber. So, yeah, I take offence to that comment that you're suggesting that I do not listen to the Mayor. That might be your view, Councillor, but it's certainly not mine.
I'm happy to withdraw that statement. However, when I say listen, I mean he put forward as an opportunity for us, even just in this first morning session, to do a 2%, to drop it to 2%, with just finding $247,000 worth of operational efficiencies, and didn't get the support of the chamber. So when I say listen to, I mean get support is probably a better way to put the argument forward. So there was an opportunity, and that again has been left wanting. And so again, like I've been hammering on about trying to find efficiencies, and I believe there are places in this operational budget where we can find efficiencies. We asked the senior leadership team to do that, and I was disappointed, as I said earlier, that they only came up with in the livability section, $153,374.85, when we asked them to come back with a $1.4 million reduction. I know other councils have done that. They've asked for 5% decrease in operational expenditure across, all the departments. I thought we could have done better than that. So unfortunately, I have to again vote against the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. General Manager Meehan, so I could see on page 205 where we've got the road infrastructure assets, capital works programs for the next 3 years. Just a quick question, a couple of questions on that. So the flood damage complementary works of $2 million for the community's information, they're what we typically call betterment works, where council is contributing $2 million. So as the flood works are being done, that there's $2 million there of funds that will go towards projects that our engineers feel will benefit in terms of future flood mitigation. Could you perhaps just put a little bit of commentary around that for the community? Thanks, General Manager.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. So that fund is probably one part of his betterment to look where we can upgrade an asset. Way of example there where we might install a concrete floodway that keeps failing. The other part of that is to do additional complementary works that where we might be doing flood damage work. So we might do multiple patches, then pull a reseal through there. And also we've got a contribution that we'll need to make for ineligible costs as part of our flood damage works. That'll come from that fund as well. So we'll continue to prioritise that with council over the next short term to look to allocate that. And I think in the past we've started to get some good results by trying to combine additional capital works where we can. Obviously you'd love to fix everything and bring it to a standard, but it's around making some good decisions here to get a benefit for the community. So if that covers, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, thank you, General Manager. And underneath that line, General Manager, Tingura-Chelmsford Road pavement rehabilitation, $1.93 million this next financial year, and then in 24-25 another $2 million, so $3.93 million in total there. I know we've had a lot of commentary out in the community about the state of Tingura-Chelmsford Road, and I know you've and your engineers have raised the issues about the pavement out there as being something that you've really been working on and technically looking at the issues there. So in terms of that, this $3.93 million project over 2 years, could you just clarify where the funding's coming from? And what was the technical issues behind this recommendation? What are the issues out there on Tingura-Chelmsford Road for the benefit of the community? Thanks, GM.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just for council's interest, year 2 and year 3 are nominal allocations in the program at this stage, and that'll be something that we work through with the next council to prioritise those. The main issue, to probably answer the dominant question there, is that Tingora-Chelmsford, there's a section there virtually between Tingora and the Proston Wandai Road, which is in various states of condition. Some parts are okay and they've had reseals this year. There's other sections there which will be looking to commence rehabilitation of that road in a staged approach. I think all up, it's somewhere between around 6 and 8 Ks of work there to do in various stages. The first round of funding there will be a combination of roads to recovery and also a contribution from council to the order. You're looking at about 1.5 or thereabouts in round terms of R2R, roads to recovery on that road. Our plan at this stage is to attack that road this year with the $2 million. We've obviously been in council advances design money for that. And then we'll be bringing back subsequent reports for next year for council to consider how they wish to attack the balance of that road in year 2 and year 3. To get that road back to a higher standard there. Noting that the floodways there are a conditional issue for us to deal with, but also there's the ability to go through there and do additional reseals and rehabilitation there to bring that road back up.
Thank you, General Manager. Just while I've got the floor for questioning, General Manager, one of the things that I know other councillors are passionate about, as I am, are the entries into Kingaroy. We've got a small section of curb and channeling in front of the hospital that I know has been raised with me by members of the community. I'm sure other councillors have had the issue raised, particularly those of us who are here in Kingaroy, as well as the southern end entry on coming in on Walter Road. So the Walter Road entry, we've seen all that work done there by DTMR. It looks great. We've got the turning lane into Harris Road. The medians, though, from the Rogers Drive roundabout through to Bunnings, they really are well past their use-by date, from a layman's perspective at least. I know I've raised this in our committee meetings. Is there a plan in the budget to upgrade those medians on the entry to what is our major town? I believe it's a heavily trafficked road, and then on the northern end, Youngman Street in front of the hospital, that small section of curb and channeling and stormwater drainage. Is that in the budget? And if so, where? And is there an opportunity or any way we could bring that forward to complement the work that's been done at the hospital and also on Walter Road by DTMR?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So with those two projects, they're both considered in that discussions and added to the PPT. They aren't in the approved or the proposed capital budget for delivery. With, I think, Youngman Street, the intersection there we looked at was around probably about the 220 mark or thereabouts. And then Walter is a bit of a stab number, but it could be a couple of 100,000 or a few 100,000, depending on what scope of works we go to do there. I do agree. I think the medians are, they can't be infilled. They do need to be replaced in total. The curb and channel there is fractured essentially, so it does need to be replaced in full. So they will take a little bit of planning. To bring them in, it'll be a decision for council, Mr. Mayor, to bring those projects on if they wish.
General Manager, it's a big if council was to say, look, we've really got appetite to seeing that done in the next 12 months to complement the work that's been now finished by the hospital, finished by DTMR, as you're saying, we could be looking at 500,000 to 600,000 for the two projects. It'd be an estimate, I understand that. It'd be a rough estimate. Could it be delivered in the 12 months based on resource availability from contractors or council staff, or is that just not realistic?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, everything in the program, and I know this has come up in the discussion, the workshops around capacity to deliver, everything is dependent on resource availability. So, and whether we can get contractors that are suitable to do that. In all honesty, if we were to proceed with the medians out in Walter, it would be a discussion to probably have with TMR around how that is delivered, an opportunity for RoadTech to maybe do that work, depending on capacity issues, to do that concurrently with that. Otherwise, it'll just come down to resources and money.
Yeah, of course, it's a hard one to answer, isn't it, in terms of resource availability. Okay, so look, I probably just wanted to flag that. Look, I would have liked to have seen it in the 23-24 budget, to be honest. It just looks as though it's unfinished out there at Walter Road. The hospital looks unfinished. It's a shame that the government didn't finish the curb and channeling when they built the new hospital. But anyway, back we are here at council again. I guess, Mr. CEO, could there be scope for council to consider that in their first quarter review, in terms of a process, if we wanted to? So probably just flag that as something I'd probably want to work with council continuing over the couple of months. It's the Kingaroy entryways. The road infrastructure on the Kingaroy entries at the northern and southern ends of Youngman and Walter Road. Yeah, and I think the figures were something like 7,000 car or vehicles per week or something coming on Walter Road. It's the busiest road, I believe, in our region. General Manager, would that be correct?
Through Mr. Mayor, it's between 7,000 and 8,000 per day.
Per day. Yep. Well, there you go. And look, I'm not grandstanding. I'm not wanting to cherry pick councillors, but 7,000 to 8,000 vehicles per day come into Kingaroy on that road, and it just looks unfinished. So I'll be advocating for that with, I'm sure, the Kingaroy councillors over the coming months. Okay. The only other question I had, General Manager Jarvis, I know going back to White Fleet, is there a possibility, when I was out with the search at Proston the other day, the SES do a magnificent job, but the coordinator of the Southland SES, who's based at Blackbutt, has the question, if council is replacing White Fleet, utilities, is there scope for council to be able to consider gifting a second-hand vehicle to the SES? Because at the moment, they don't have any vehicle for the coordinator to use, and he's actually taking out one of the fully decked out response vehicles with all the gear in it. So that means that when he's out coordinating a job, that's not available to the search crews. So I said I'd bring it to council to ask the question. I'm not sure how the SES stand as a recipient of a gift from council, but it's probably a legal question. Mr. CEO? Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. We have had correspondence about this, and currently, and we've just recently replied, so I regret to advise that probably my answer is going to be a little bit disappointing in the first instance. We won't be gifting a vehicle until, well, not even until, SES and SBRC are carrying out audits of all surrounding all things. SBS includes fleet. South Burnett Unit Profile is also being created to capture resource because there is discussions on at state level about where SES sits and whether they get transferred from emergency service to QPS and how that all works. That fleet is certainly, this will determine if the existing 13 SES vehicles currently have a fit for purpose and will rationalise the needs and inform fleet replacement. So until they do that work as part of that transition, it would be premature for us to add another vehicle into the mix. So certainly we'll be ongoing discussions with both emergency service and QPS about the fleet. But with this transfer and with this review of the 13 current vehicles, that may be taken out of our hands as well. So yes, certainly we'll cooperate with them, but just a little bit premature for us, Mayor. Hopefully by the first quarter, that'll be resolved and we can revisit the issue then.
Thank you, Mr. CEO, much appreciated. Okay, further speakers in relation to this? Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just want to address Councillor Duff there before. Look, this is a democratic process, and I respect the rights of every single person in this room to vote and say what they want. And I would only, in fairness, expect that back in return. So I voted on a budget. I voted on 30 different agenda items here today that I have worked with everybody in this room tirelessly to come to a decision that I believe is as fair as we could possibly be this time around. 3.65, the Mayor did bring 2%. I personally, I don't think that was workable. I have said for the last 3 budgets, and I'll say it again today, the staff are going to struggle to deliver and maintain the service levels that we have been providing and are expected by our constituents and ratepayers. Now, I just listened to a conversation there that the Mayor just said he's going to be advocating for another $500,000 of roadworks that aren't even in our budget yet. If we had to drop back to 2%, we'd have lost 250,000. So there's 750 we would have to find straight away, unless we were changing around and changing what works we were going to drop out to do that. Yeah, so, you know, there'd have to be something. Anyway, it's all good. I'll work, and I have worked, and I've done the very best I can in this term of council. Every single budget that we deliver, I have supported it because I have worked with a group of people in this room to put a budget forward that we thought was fair at the time. I respect anybody's decision to vote against it. I also respect anybody that wants to vote for it. And I think as a councillor, what I'm voted on here today, I will do the very best I can to get the best results for the people that pay my wage. And I will work with what's going to be put down here today, and I will try and deliver to those people in respect of what they expect out of me. So I will support the budget as we go forward. So no hard feelings, Councillor Duff, moving forward.
Okay, Councillor Erkins.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So this is my second budget since being elected to council 13 months ago, and I believe I'm beginning to get a better understanding of the workings. I want to assure ratepayers that I take this seriously, and it's not an easy job, and one at times makes me feel physically ill. I understand the struggle council are going through to provide the services our community expect due to rising costs affecting council's bottom line. I'm also conscious that you, our ratepayers, are also facing rising costs of fuel, power, food, insurances, and now rates. I believe it's important that as a council, we maintain our libraries, pools, and parks that give residents affordable activities to enjoy. I'm also pleased to see some of council assets, such as dams, are now bringing in an income and are not a drain on council resources. Since being on council, I have found the funding labyrinth a difficult path to navigate and often struggle about many of the new shiny things being built. However, many of these are not funded by your rates, but grants that council obtain to do the improvements our residents enjoy. Councils are governed by regulations as to what rates are actually used for, and the water, waste and sewerage are standalone features which must fund themselves and also fund their repairs and maintenance. I'm very appreciative of the hard work that council staff do to obtain these grant funds. I'm also appreciative of the support of my fellow councillors and all staff who have been extremely patient with my inexperience, and I'm going to support the budget.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you. We all know budgets are not easy, but every year as councillors, we are put in a position where we must bring the next financial year's budget forward. Many questions are asked, and if we're lucky, we have the answers. And we are not soothsayers, so predicting the future is impossible. We are, however, a group of elected representatives who do our very best each and every year for our ratepayers and community members. After 8 years of budgets, it isn't any easier, and it's always the most heart-wrenching and hardest part of our job. We have done our best to be fair and equal, and in some cases we have agreed to disagree. We have all agreed, though, that some things need a further look, and we are bringing these items back to council for discussions, like dog registrations, so we can have further conversations with community and kennel clubs alike. We have spent so long discussing dog registrations, it must be a record for any council in Queensland. But in all fairness, these types of discussions never stop. Whether we are discussing roads, rates, rubbish, parks, communities, pools, libraries, and the list goes on, council is responsible for so much within our communities, and there is not an infinite bundle of funds to do it all. We started budget discussions early this financial year, and I still feel like we need more time. But time is not our friend during budget discussions, as we never have enough of it. So with all this, we must accept the positives and the negatives and move forward as one. So thank you to the staff and councillors for putting in the time and effort with this budget, to the staff who started early and stayed late and gave up time with family and friends. It did not go unnoticed. We thank you. Every department went through their budgets to find savings again and again. So thank you to all the GMs, managers and every single staff member within council. To our CEO, Mark Pitt, thank you for persevering with us and bringing us here today. So hopefully now we can all leave at a decent hour and spend time with our family and friends. Thank you.
Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, through you. Yes, well, welcome to politics, Councillor Erkins. It's been challenging, hasn't it? Your second budget, well done. And appreciation also to all the staff behind the scenes, and to you, Councillor Duff and Councillor Jones. Your years of experience, whether they've helped or hindered us, where we agree to disagree or disagree to agree. That's what this chamber's all about. It is tough to the people out there. We are all normal people. We're all ratepayers. Yeah, it's tough. It is tough. Really tough to sit here and think what's right and what's wrong and what's the best outcome. We save $1 here and we spend $2 there. We save $2 and we spend another $3. It's a tough environment out there, and we all know that in whatever we do outside of this chamber. As rural people, and Councillor Duff, you'll know only too well, and Councillor Jones, and to all the staff members that are rural people, it's seriously tough out there. Med, you've touched on there earlier this morning about dry conditions. We're a pretty resilient bunch. We've gone through the worst drought in my lifetime and probably 150 years, just prior to this council starting its term. And here we are, after experiencing 5 major weather events in 2022, to be in 2023, and we're talking drought and on the grips of it, because let me tell you, out there in the rural sector, in that big paddock, it's pretty ordinary out there. It is pretty ordinary out there, but we move on, we change, we work around it. If you want to work against it, that can be detrimental to your cause. I don't know, I think, as I said, we've become pretty resilient in how we handle things in this day and age, that's for sure. To you, Mr CEO, thank you. Good to see you've got the right colours on today, but I know there's a few staff members and people that don't wear nor share the same sentiments that we do for tonight's game, which is something I look forward to when we leave here tonight. It'll be pizza and beer for me, which is, I believe, probably just what Aussies do, and supporters of the great game that we'll watch tonight. That's just on a lighter moment of things. Yeah, look, 0%, we said it before, 0%, Councillor Shoemaker, 0%, 1%, 0%, then 1.7%, with a proposed 2% from you, Mr Mayor, and then to settle on 3.65. We crunched those numbers, and to the public out there, we've been crunching these numbers for nearly 6 months, where they came across our desk, and they're the numbers we worked on. We've gone up and down from there. It's a massive job. This is a massive job with paperwork, facts and figures where you go home and you don't sleep easy at night. Honestly, I worry about, if the only thing I had to worry about was my score in golf, which we did last weekend, and I do worry about that. Played a shocker again, but yeah, there's so much in this. There is so much in local government today and in council that we've been thrown, that I'm sure, and Councillor Duff, please correct me if I'm wrong, you've been in council some 19 plus years. Goodness me, it's just ridiculous what we're being passed. Honestly, it is. And how we deal with that and how we fund it and the outcomes, it's mind-boggling. Like, we want a bit of curb and channeling. You know, we want to control a magpie here and there. We've got dog problems. We've got, you know, and they're the minor things, but they're all things we have to deal with, and they're all major cost implications with them. But we do deal with them. We do, and it's nice here. We haven't had any magpies come back for the last 12 months, so obviously that process worked. We talk about the flying foxes down in Blackbutt that drives the residents down there nuts. How do we deal with that when we have serious implications with the management because they're protected species? And the list goes on. And I sound like I might be dribbling on a bit here, but I tell you what, I think this budget, and look, we will get smashed no matter what we do when we walk out of this chamber. I think it's a responsible budget. Understand, totally accept how people are doing it tough out there, but everybody does in some shape or form. How you handle that and how you work with it and around it is up to yourself and as a team to do that. I thank the staff behind the scenes, their work. It's been enormous what you've done. I think it gets bigger and bigger every year. And just out of the blue, thanks to your programs you run, we can throw a figure at you and you push some buttons and come back to us in 5 minutes with a scenario. That's unbelievable. That's improved in my term as a councillor out of sight, and that's an absolute wonderful thing. It truly is. To sit here and say 3.65, hang on a minute, can you come up with a 2? Can you come up with a 2.65, 2.5, 2.65? Bang, like that. And we have those figures in front of us at the click of a button. Fantastic. Wish I could do that in my office at home. But anyway, look, I support this budget. It's been long, it's been arduous. There'll be fors and against us, and we'll take that on the chin. But for the community that's out there, we are trying, and to keep this organisation sustainable and to keep delivering what this council has been delivering to the standard, and hopefully that can improve in time through how we go back over. Certainly appreciate looking at things over and over, be that fleet, be that whatever. But yeah, I'm comfortable in the decision we've made here today on a 3.65. And along with all the other changes along the way in this day and age, comfortable where I stand here. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor. Probably just a few words to wrap up, and then we'll go to Councillor Shoemaker to close the debate. So, yeah, it certainly has been a challenging process, always is. Thanks again, Mr CEO, to you and your finance team and everybody involved in the executive leadership and all of your staff for the work that you've done in putting this budget together. It certainly has been, as is always, a challenging experience. Can I say to the community, my apologies. I do feel some sadness that I haven't been able to deliver for you what I would have liked in my time here in council. Particularly in relation to the some of the issues we've discussed here today. But that's okay. I mean, that's one does one's best, and I'm sure we've all done our best in this chamber, and we don't always get the outcome that we're looking for. I would like to say, and we've got a member of the media here, for goodness sake, federal government, take seriously ALGA's resolution to increase the FAGS grants to 1%. For goodness sake, regional Queensland, regional Australia is battling to survive. And when is a government going to step up and do something about the operational grant funding that goes to councils? We just can't deliver everything off our own bat and continue to provide the services. So, you know, for my final budget speech, I would like to say to the federal government, for goodness sake, do something about the FAGS grants. Politicians at the federal level, both persuasions, are as bad as each other. Moving on to the state government, for goodness sake, get your act together, Grants Commission, and get the FAGS allocations right, because they are a mess. Happy to be quoted, they are a mess. The allocation that we get compared to some other councils, I just cannot understand it. I have racked my brain through the formula over and over again, used all of my experience and qualifications, and I can't understand it for the life of me. The disproportionate allocation to councils like North Burnett and ours, who are struggling to deliver services because the Grant Commission intervenes and I can't follow how they allocate our funding. For goodness sake, state politicians in the LNP, you're just as bad as Labor. For goodness sake, step up in state parliament and start standing up for local regional councils, or you won't have local regional councils in the future. Stop the cost shifting, stop imposing burdensome regulations on us and, you know, provisional costings around landfill and a whole range of other things that is making it impossible for councils to do their jobs for communities. When is someone going to stand up for regional Queensland? And it starts right here with local council and supporting us because we support the communities. I know I'm grandstanding, but I'm going to seize this moment. So federal and state politicians, for goodness sake, start listening to your regional communities and start listening to your regional councils. Thanks for the debate today, everybody, and thanks for giving time to my proposal on the 2%. Look, it's a democracy. Didn't win that one, but that's, you know, that's a democracy and I respect that. For that reason, you know, I won't vote for the budget because I was hopeful of getting the 2% through. But having said all that, once again, thanks everybody for all the work you've done on this budget and the previous three. I certainly personally appreciate it. That's for councillors and staff. And for those members of the community who over the last 2 weeks, I've gone out and I've door knocked and I've talked to people on farms, in homes, I've talked to pensioners, I've talked to commercial people. I've shared with them the proposed budget that we were given at a committee meeting previously, got their feedback, brought that through today. Thanks for that feedback. I feel for you with the cost of living pressures, and I really do hope that our community comes through the next 12 months, which is going to be a very difficult time for everybody, reasonably well. So thanks everyone, that's for me. Councillor Shoemaker to close. Thank you.
Councillor, if I may, just, no, please don't sit down. It's just a small, I won't call it a topographical issue, but there is a small discrepancy on page 220 in the agenda to the revenue statement that you were given in the pretty coloured one this morning. Year 1 and 2 net financial liability ratios are different. The pretty coloured one you got this morning are correct and we'll amend the agenda. It was the timing of when we put those ones out the other day that they, anyway, long story which I won't hold up the meeting for, but just they'll be corrected in the agenda document as well to reflect the actual numbers.
Thanks, Mr CEO. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As if this isn't difficult enough, I absolutely believe it's ludicrous to vote against the budget now on adoption day. To pull a media stunt like this on budget day, I believe...
Councillor Shoemaker, I'm going to interject. This is not a media stunt and I refute that allegation and I request an apology. This is not a media stunt that Councillor Duff and I are pulling. We're entitled to votes against the budget and I'll call a point of order and seek the support of my colleagues. This is not a media stunt. It was firmly for what we believe is in the best interest of our community.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll withdraw the comment. But I do believe it certainly is a way to avoid any responsibility and accountability, and I do find it disappointing as a member of the team.
Again, I will interject. It is not a way to avoid responsibility or accountability. We are entitled to vote for what we think is best for our community. And I have listened to the community. I'm accountable to the community. And my decision to not support this today is based on that feedback. So I reject your assertion that this is in any way irresponsible or unaccountable. I think that's highly unfair.
We have discussed this budget at length. We've held committee meetings and workshops for months now. Our ratepayers have been front of mind, and we have all had discussions across our communities. We have expressed differing views, worked through the challenges, and what we have put on the table today is a culmination of hours spent in this room with our team. These discussions have informed the recommendations made here today. Each of us have agreed to these recommendations along the way. We have sought advice, we have done all that we can, and we are committed to working at it. I believe we need a mature and reasonable approach to managing our finances and working on a strategy to deliver for our residents. The work is far from done. With each quarterly review, we will review our capacity to deliver, we will review our position, and we will do all that we can to continue to find efficiencies and deliver for our region. Our region absolutely needs strong and considered leadership. I'm committed to doing the work we have and will continue to do. I genuinely believe every person in this room cares about our region and our future, and it's a pleasure to stand with you and to continue to work with you as we encounter the challenges we face. Thank you, colleagues.
Right. Councillors, I'm going to raise an issue here. It's a breach of the standing orders to infer motives on colleagues in council when speaking to this council. Now, to infer a motive that this was a media stunt or was an act of irresponsibility or unaccountability, I take personal offence to that. I'm very disappointed that my final budget has now been, that has been inferred. Please read the standing orders where it says very clearly that those inferences are not to be made in this chamber. That, to me, is what's inappropriate here. And I'm very, very disappointed to hear those comments come from one of my colleagues in council, Councillor Shoemaker. I'll leave it at that and we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Okay, we have 5 there, Kimberly. Thank you. Those against? Councillor Duff and Councillor Otto. The resolution has been passed 5 votes to 2. The budget has been adopted. Thank you all. We'll now call the meeting to a close. Enjoy the rest of your day.